exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
And good morning, college football fans. Good morning, DFW. Week 9 in college football, and Fan University is fired up to be with you. My name is Jake Rietma. To my right, it's Carter Freeman. And boots on the ground, as we almost always have them, it's the one and only Brennan Baxter in Lubbock, Texas, getting ready for a big matchup. Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, one of many matchups we got highlighted for you. It's the opening kickoff. And Jacob Ray on the ones and twos. So let's do a little roundtable discussion this morning. Good morning. As always, fellas, great to see you on a Saturday morning with more football to watch. Carter Freeman, big one for your Sooners as well.
Yeah, we get the ABC game at 11 a.m. We're hosting Ole Miss. It is a top 15 matchup. It is one of 3 ranked SEC matchups we get today. It seems like every weekend we get just SEC ranked matchup after SEC ranked matchup, right? It's all 3 of the games on ABC this week are of that caliber. But yeah, my Sooners get Ole Miss to start the day. It's a battle of strength on strength. It's great defense versus great offense. It's mediocre offense versus mediocre defense. It's gonna be a fun one. You know, whoever wins that game will still have an inside track to make the SEC title game, to make the college football playoff. The loser won't be completely out, but you'll be really disappointed if you do end up dropping that game. But we are, I believe, OU is a 5.5-point favorite. That is not the biggest favorite of the shows that are the schools that are represented on this show, because Brennan Baxter, as I look down the favorites here on the ESPN page and the spreads and everything, Texas Tech is a 37.5-point favorite over Oklahoma State at home. You think you're going to cover that?
I'm hoping we cover today. I think the Red Raiders coming off the loss last week at Arizona State, it's going to be a game where I think they're going to want to put up some points and try to get some brownie points and show that, hey, you know, we are still a top 10 team in the country. It's going to be a great day in Lubbock. It's going to be cold a little bit. We're going to have a lot of fun. And Graham Harrell, former Tech quarterback, getting inducted into the Hall of Fame for the Red Raiders there too. So excited to be a part of that today in Lubbock.
Dude, no doubt about that. When we were talking pre-show, Graham Harrell, it's one of those name drops that you remember. I remember you playing with that guy in video games. I remember watching him. So that's neat that you'll be there for his Hall of Fame induction. But we've got the opening kickoff here on Fan University. Great show lined up for you as always in our opening kickoff segment. If you've got a game you're looking forward to, let us know. 877-881-1053. Nothing is off limits. I might surprise you guys with my game preview in the opening kickoff. But great show lined up. We're also going to talk with the host of Locked On Ole Miss. That's Stephen Willis. That's at 10 o'clock. So we'll get the inside perspective on the Ole Miss and Oklahoma matchup as well, a top 25 matchup there in the SEC, like Carter just mentioned. And then at 11, we're going to talk to our good friend Tony Catalina. I believe he is making Fan University history today as the first repeat guest.
He'd be second, right? Because Eddie Radosevich.
That's right. We had Eddie.
We've had Eddie on twice. But
Thank you.
When we get good guests, we bring them back.
That's right. The penultimate one. So there you go. Tony Catalina, the A&M beat reporter for The Statesman, will join us at 11. And I'm bouncing all over the place. Of course, we'll have our picks at 10:40. And a brand new segment at 9:40, the Baxter Class with Brennan Baxter. Looking forward to that. We'll have Jake. Yeah, look out. We'll have Jake's takes as well. And, of course, Carter's Corner and the sights and sounds from everything you missed that the week that was. But, fellas, we had some Friday night college football as well. North Texas with a big win over Charlotte. And I know nobody's, as you guys have lives, you guys have families, you guys have other things going on that is besides sitting around eating way too much food, as you guys know, that I did last night, and watching a lot of college football. But North Texas started a little late, but ultimately get the big win. And how about Drew Mestemaker? I mean, just dominating through the air.
608 passing yards for Mestemaker, and he had over 500 of those by the end of the third quarter. And the weird thing was UNT was only up by, I believe, 7 after 3 quarters. So Charlotte has been an awful team this entire season, and I know this game was on the road for UNT, but it was bizarre seeing UNT and their offense that had scored so many points get that many yards like they normally do and just not get the points to go along with it. But they pull away late. They get another win. They're 7-1. They've got Navy coming up next week, so that'll be the next opportunity for UNT to kind of get a marquee win when they couldn't get against South Florida, who the South Florida Bulls have a big Group of 5 game today in the American as well. But yeah, big win for UNT. It was nice to see them, continue to get back on the schneid. And Jake, mute your Zoom there.
Yep, that's on me. That's on me. There we go. I couldn't get it. We're all over the place here. I'm just going to do that. How about that?
There we go.
There it is.
That'll work.
There we go.
You guys got me? You got me?
Yeah.
All right. We're good. We're good. Yes.
Brennan,
we're back.
Brennan, did you take in any of the games last night? I mean, we had Cal Virginia Tech as well.
I did take in some of the games, man. You mentioned the UNT game. I thought this was hilarious. I kind of turned it on mid-third quarter. I'm like, wow, like UNT is struggling with Charlotte. I leave the television for 15 minutes, and I look up, and then it's 53-20. And so that was a great job by UNT to take care of business. Cal Virginia Tech, what is it with these coaches getting fired? We've seen this with UCLA. They fire Deshaun Foster. They come out hot. They now win 3 in a row. And then Virginia Tech, they come in, have fired their head coach, not much to play for, and they come out and just battle out a double overtime win. It's interesting to see when you kind of get rid of somebody and someone fresh takes over, even in the middle of the season. Sometimes that can work out in your favor. The kids can get remotivated behind a new coach, feel a little better. So I thought that was great for Virginia Tech. And we'll see some of these other programs like Florida, they fired Napier. We'll see if maybe the same thing happens with them. But really great game, Cal Virginia Tech, a classic rivalry of the ACC.
Yeah, that when you think of Atlantic Coast football, you think of Cal. You think of Cal flying cross country on a Friday night and playing in Virginia, right? But yeah, to your point, Brennan, Virginia Tech fires Brent Pry after 3 games, 0-3. They're 3-2 since then, so most likely not going to make a bowl game, but they have turned things around. They've gotten a couple ACC wins, and yeah, in UCLA, you mentioned the Bruins. They're on the road at Indiana today. That might end up being my super dog. I know we're not doing those yet, but I think that there's a very interesting line in that game I want to talk about in a little bit.
Yeah,
that was a game that I thought was sneaky on the schedule today. UCLA coming in with a lot of confidence. Nico Iamalava, I can never say his name correctly. I just say Nico, who's your mama, a lot of the times with him. But it's, the Indiana game, that's something where it could be a trap game there. I would not be shocked to see UCLA coming in and hang in there a little bit with the Hoosiers.
No, you mentioned it, though. The fired coach bump is a thing in a lot of sports, and it's proving to be a thing in college football. But one last thing on the Virginia Tech note, tweeted this out last night, too, that I just love college football when Virginia Tech is good because of the Metallica, the Enter Sandman vibes. They were getting it going again last night, and that's a traditional good college football crowd and great environment, and that's one of the things we love about college football.
Yeah, and they just have not been that over the last however many years, pretty much ever since Frank Beamer retired, and even before that. Right. It's not like they were doing a whole lot in the ACC, but yeah, it's Lane Stadium is an iconic venue. Maybe we can get into a little bit of the Athletics top stadium list that they released earlier this week with college football. There's some interesting ones and placements that they put on there, but yeah, with Virginia Tech going forward, Penn State and James Franklin dominated Virginia recruiting. Guess who's not at Penn State anymore? James Franklin. And you talk about the bump for a fired coach. Penn State's the only team that really hasn't seen that because they're still winless in the Big Ten after losing to Iowa last week.
It's the opening kickoff right here on Fan University, 877-881-1053. If you've got some games or a game that you're particularly excited about, let us know. This from the 601. Let's go, Hail State. Beat Texas. Cowbells ringing. That's not going to be very popular around here, but I applaud the text message into the show. So thank you from the 601.
That is, there's another line I'm interested in.
I don't know. After the Kentucky game last week, who knows what Mississippi State could potentially do there with the Cowbells. And I see the 601 texting a lot to the show, by the way. I see Hail State almost every week. So whoever you are, we appreciate you being a big fan of the show.
We'll have our game previews here in just a second from the 9:03. The only thing exciting about the Texas Tech game this week is whether or not they throw tortillas. So Brennan Baxter, will you be sneaking any tortillas in because they're really cracking down on that?
Considering I will be on the field for this one, if I snuck in tortillas and threw one from the sideline, that would be trouble for me. So I will not be sneak. Yeah. I think I'd get caught pretty easily. Maybe I could actually hit a player or two though if I did. But no, I think this is something that got a lot of national attention. It's something that I think was very overblown within the Texas Tech alumni base, and just don't throw them. It's not worth it. You can probably get away with it against Oklahoma State and still win the game, but after this one, I would encourage any Red Raider fans at the game to not throw.
Well, the fine's not a big deal because we know Texas Tech has more money than God, and their payroll and NIL is reflective of that. But the opening kickoff, some games we're particularly excited about. Carter Freeman to my right. I will start with you, the game that has your attention, and maybe a little preview from Carter Freeman.
Man, we talked about this in the pregame. I don't want to be an ultra homer and just go with the OU game every week. But starting this week, OU has a gauntlet of a schedule. Every team starting today till the end of the season they play is ranked currently. We'll see how the rest of the season plays out. But I'm excited to see them play Ole Miss today. But if I'm looking at other games on the schedule, to not be a complete homer, because we'll get more into OU Ole Miss later when we have our Ole Miss guest on. BYU is at Iowa State today. BYU is the only undefeated team left in the Big 12, and they are underdogs on the road at Iowa State, and that's the Cyclones team that's lost 2 games in a row, who's down their top 2 cornerbacks, and one of their best defensive linemen might also miss this game. So I think that's a fascinating line, and BYU last year and into this year, they play with fire, they play in a lot of close games, and they find ways to win them. So just the fact that they are underdogs on the road at Iowa State, who we thought was going to be a Big 12 contender, still potentially could be, I think that's a fascinating matchup. That's 2:30 on Fox. So the Cougars at the Cyclones, that one I will definitely be tuned into.
Big 12 implications for sure on that one. Brennan Baxter, BB, who are you looking forward to?
Man, I'm really interested in this Mizzou-Vandy game. Game day's there this morning. I think it's just kind of wild, first of all, that game day is at a Missouri-Vanderbilt game in late October for a big matchup in the SEC. But I'm always looking out for these elimination games in a way. Now, whoever loses this game still has a path to the playoff, but a 2-loss SEC team probably is not going to get into the SEC championship game. So this is a huge game for these programs. Mizzou's only loss was to Alabama at home in a close one. They are on the road here at Vandy. I'm really interested to see, does Diego Pavia continue to make statements? They had the big LSU win. I mean, this Vanderbilt team is I think they're ranked a little low still. I mean, a little low for how good I actually think they are. And so I'm excited to see if Vandy continues to ride the wave and assert themselves as one of the best teams in the SEC. I'm looking forward to that matchup.
We never thought I would hear those words, that Vandy's ranked too low, right? At number 10 in the country. First time since, I believe, 1947 that Vanderbilt has been ranked in the top 10. So it's been 70-plus years almost since they've been this high. And, yeah, the way that they played, their defense is something not enough people are talking about because Pavia gets all the headlines. Their defense has been phenomenal. I texted you guys when they played Alabama a couple weeks ago. It's weird seeing Vanderbilt line up against Alabama and look like they can play them.
For sure. In the trenches and everything else.
Just their size is incredible.
And Carter, final thought on that, too, is your Ole Miss-Oklahoma game as well. That's another matchup of one-loss teams. So two of these one-loss teams in the SEC will have 2 losses in conference by 5 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic of the SEC shift after this Saturday.
Absolutely. We've got some great audio coming up on that Missouri-Vandy game as well from Reese Davis. That's in our Sights and Sounds. Jacob Ray, the game that's on your radar. Let's hear it.
So I went with a nighttime SEC matchup, a top 25 matchup between the A&M Aggies and LSU Tigers. This game's in Death Valley. I think we're all kind of waiting to see when A&M kind of has that step back this season, as they always do every year. But it hasn't happened yet. Marcel Reed's been playing great. He's got 2 great receivers in Mario Craver and Casey Conception, and we got a top 10 defense, in the LSU Tigers against the top 25 offense in the A&M Aggies. And like Brennan said, I mean, we're gonna have two lost teams in the SEC by tonight. And if LSU can pull this one off, they'll be a 2-loss team as well. But I think they might jump those other 2 teams that lose. So I think lots gonna get shaken up in the SEC tonight, and we'll see if A&M takes that patented step back tonight.
Speaking like a true Texas Tech Red Raider.
Yep.
I love it. That's our producer extraordinaire, Jacob Ray. with a great game preview there. So thank you, sir. And we've got about 1 minute left for my game preview, guys. And I know
I don't think everything you wrote about it we can fit into 1 minute.
I'm just excited about this one because it's number 1 versus number 2. What are you talking about, Jake? Well, don't you guys worry. We've got an FCS showdown between South Dakota State and North Dakota State. It's the 22nd annual Dakota Marker Game. Now, what's the Dakota Marker Game? It is a 75-pound model replica of the original monument that were 7 feet long, 10 inches square, and placed at half-mile intervals along the state border in the summers of 1891. So we love trophy games on Fan University, the Dakota Marker, and not to mention it's 1 versus 2. And there will be some NFL talent on the field here. North Dakota State, obviously, with Trey Lance, Carson Wentz. You've got Trey Lance's brother, a wide receiver that's playing in this game. He's an NFL prospect. And for South Dakota State, Adam Vinatieri comes to mind, but there's been lots of South Dakota State Jackrabbits that have gone on to play in the NFL. Now, also worth noting that one of these two teams have won the last 4 national championships for the FCS at this level.
And 7 of the last 8, and then 8 of the last 10 if you go back to 2015, 2016, because North Dakota State has just dominated this.
Right.
If you go back further, North Dakota State, the joke was always that since this FCS national title game was played in Frisco, that everyone from North Dakota had winter homes in Dallas, Texas, or in Frisco, right?
They knew
so they
could
could come here, watch the game, watch them not just play in the game, but win the game. But yeah, South Dakota State won the last 2 before North Dakota State got it back last year. Look, FCS football does not get enough love around here. I get it. We have huge Power 4 and Group of 5 football programs here in the state of Texas. FCS football is a lot of fun. And when you get, especially these big matchups, it can be as exciting as any of the big games that we've already talked about today. And North Dakota State is basically I say the Alabama. I know Alabama's not what they were under Saban. North Dakota State is still the ultimate powerhouse at the FCS level. It was fun seeing South Dakota State kind of knock them off their pedestal for a couple of years, but 1 versus 2. Whoever loses this game is going to drop. You know who could move up to number 2?
That's exactly where I was going with that.
Our Tarleton State Texans, who are still number 3. They have a chance to move up to number 2 should they win again this weekend. And yeah, dude, FCS football, it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, Tarleton State is at Eastern Kentucky. And that was my kind of tie in here because 1 or 2 is going to lose. They play each other tonight, and Tarleton State hopefully will get the win and be in position to move up. So that's the opening kickoff right here on Fan University. We are off and running, and coming up next, one of my favorite segments. It's the best sights and sounds from the week that was in college football. We've got some Reese Davis audio for you, and maybe, just maybe, some Lane Kiffin and Brian Kelly audio as well. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo.
Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
They tired of winning, they can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too.
And now, the new face of Ozempic.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
You sure can't let that go. It's Sights and Sounds right here on Fan University. Jake Reitmo alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray on the ones and twos, and also the creator of that fire intro. I don't even know where to start this week, guys, because there's so many good cuts to get into. But I think one of my favorite pieces of audio that I came up with this week, and we teased it. Reese Davis, non-controversial, just face of College Game Day, never really motivating anybody, but was asked by John Anderson, the legendary Sports Center anchor that is a Mizzou grad and professor now, to speak to a Missouri class, and kind of backfired on a little bit. Here is, I love it though. Here's Reese Davis on Missouri.
Poor old Missouri. Poor old Missouri. You think Missouri's going to get on the bus? You think Missouri can get a first down in this game? Oh, man. But no, I'm kidding. I think Drink's been selling it that way. Missouri's a really good team. They've got disruptive guys on the edge. They've got Ahmad Hardy. I was just over at Vanderbilt practice, and they're like, we better not try to make a living just one guy to tackle him. We better have people rallying to the football. And, Prebula is... he's got some of the same characteristics that Diego has. And I think Missouri's a legitimately really good team.
There you go. Poor old Missouri. And what was interesting in that soundbite for me, guys, that Drinkwitz is selling it as poor old Missouri, but they're pretty even on paper.
Absolutely. And it's something that I found Drinkwitz has kind of done the entire time he's been at Missouri. Yep. As long as they have been, competitive in the SEC, it is a bit of a woe is me. And that's not unique to Drinkwitz. That is just a college football thing in general. But I'm not used to Missouri being the one to portray themselves like that, but they kind of do now. But to Reese Davis's point, yeah, Ahmad Hardy has been one of the best running backs in the SEC up to a point, up until that Alabama game a couple weeks ago where Missouri wasn't able to get any push up front. And Ahmad Hardy did not have a good game against Bama. Missouri ends up losing that. So I'm kind of the opinion that magic is starting to run out for Mizzou. I think they had a great stretch to begin the season, but as they don't have everything that it takes. They're going to wear down a little bit as the SEC schedule goes on. But look, I could be completely wrong, and they got the great chance to prove that to me today, Brennan.
Yeah, Bo Prabula scares me a little bit with his interceptions. He threw 2 picks against Auburn last week, almost cost them a game. He has a 7 on the season. So he can get into stretches where he turns the ball over a good bit. And on the road, you can't really do that. You can get away with it maybe against Auburn. You can't get away with that against Vanderbilt. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to tell. Is Vanderbilt really that much better than Missouri? I don't know. We'll see at 2:30. These teams are very even on paper, Jake. You mentioned they both average 242 pass yards a game. Rush yards, Vandy's at 213, Mizzou's at 245, and total yards 458, 487. So they're all kind of right there offensively. Both quarterbacks are mobile. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but I'm not going to give up on Mizzou yet. I love what Eli's doing there, so we'll see.
And some other programs have noticed that, right? Drinkwitz's name has come up for Florida's head coaching job, and I know we'll get more into the carousel a little bit later in the show, but Drinkwitz has turned Mizzou, a program that's not typically this competitive in the SEC, into this year over year, so people have noticed it.
I'm going to get my Brian Kelly obligatory cut out of the way because this one wasn't necessarily groundbreaking or anything, but you guys know I got to mix in a Brian Kelly cut. Weather could be a factor. LSU, Texas A&M later tonight, a night game. And, Brian Kelly is just always his endearing self in a press conference when he was asked about it.
How are you guys planning for the weather? I'm going to answer this question in a professional manner. Because I'm a wise ass, and if I give a wise ass Boston response, you guys are going to take it 9 different ways, and I'm a jerk and all that kind of stuff. So here's what I'll say: we have, used wet ball all week on offense, preparing for weather.
I just wanted to get that in because maybe we'll have a drop of just Brian Kelly saying, "Because I'm a wise ass."
He acknowledged it for once. It always feels like he won't fess up to that, but there was a little bit of accountability there that we're not used to seeing from him. Well, we'll see how it goes if after the game, if A&M is to win and LSU drops their 3rd game of the season. But yeah, at least for the time being, there's a little bit of humility from Brian Kelly.
I think at this point in the season, Brian Kelly is just sending it. He's saying, you know what, you guys think exactly how Jake Rietma thinks of Brian Kelly. Everyone's starting to think about me that way. I'm just going to send it. That was such an easy opportunity to say, yeah, man, we're preparing for the weather. We've used wet balls all week. But no, he's got to say he's a wise ass and figure it out. So I just find that extremely funny. And honestly, the more he does things like this in press conferences, Jake, the more that I'm starting to kind of like it.
Yeah.
At first, I'm like, man, this guy's really rude. Now I'm like, dude, go ahead and just send it.
Diverging opinions here because I don't think there's anything Brian Kelly could do for Jake to like him, but Brennan is taking the opposite side here.
Well, it is. It's kind of, I guess I am guilty of falling into that category that wise-ass Brian Kelly accused people of being in, that anything he says will take it 9 different directions, but he kind of sets himself up for that. And I like Brian Kelly from a content perspective, that I can count on him providing us something for Sights and Sounds each and every week. Now, here's one that we haven't talked about, a guy, but I remember him from his time at Michigan State as a defensive coordinator when he really made his mark. He's now the head coach of the Pitt Panthers, and that is Pat Narduzzi. Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of the Pitt Panthers, had quite the statement to say. And fellas, I'm going to warn you, I about fell out of my chair when I heard this soundbite. This is Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of the Pitt Panthers, on the depth of the ACC.
Analysts, it's bad. It's like nobody's good. It's like Miami's still really good. Georgia Tech's good. Miami's good. Louisville's good. To me, it makes it fun in the conference that everybody's got a chance. It's not Ohio State and everybody else. So I think it's a good thing. It's not just top heavy. From top to bottom, the ACC, I've said this for 10 years now, is probably top to bottom the best conference in the country.
Look out!
It's so fascinating to see the ACC turn into what it is this year, right? Because last year it was a 2-bid league into the CFP, but it took Clemson winning the ACC title game and SMU edging out Alabama for the final spot, right? They were the 11 and the 12 seeds. Those were the 2 ACC seeds in last year's CFP, and the first time it was 12 teams. But this year, you're talking about the ACC as definitely a 2-bid league as you currently look at it. Could it potentially get 3 teams in the CFP? Because it really is a deep conference, and that could be to the detriment of SEC and Big Ten teams come December.
Yeah, it's a deep conference, but I just the top to bottom element of it, I don't know. I can't get in that headspace, Brennan Baxter.
Yeah, Boston College, 1-6, top to bottom. That's a good conference right there.
Wake Forest.
Wake Forest, NC State, Stanford. California loses to Virginia Tech last week. I get what he's trying to do. And Big 12 schools, to be fair, and they do the same thing. Anyone that's not SEC or Big 10, you have to justify your conference in a way.
Right.
And I think Carter's correct on the sense that when you look at Georgia Tech, they don't really play anyone of notice left in the ACC schedule. They have Georgia left on their schedule, but that's not an ACC game. And then you've got Virginia and SMU still undefeated in play. So there could be some bid stealers there if it works out where Georgia Tech and SMU end up in the conference championship, and Miami's an at-large bid and all that. So in Louisville potentially. So teams are good. I don't want to discredit the top 6 or 7 teams in the ACC, but to say top to bottom, you've got some really bad teams in the ACC.
Yeah, but I have always been of the opinion that bad football teams, no matter their conference, are bad football teams, like Kentucky and Purdue. And there are teams in the SEC and the Big Ten that get just, I think, forgotten when it comes to, because the SEC and the Big Ten have more ranked teams. They have better teams at the top, but the bottom of the conference still stinks. Like Mississippi State
Yes.
hasn't won a conference game since 2023. And I know they've been competitive in some of those, but so has Florida State. Florida State has not won an ACC game this year. They haven't won one since last year, but it's not like they're getting blown out in every ACC game they play, right? They just haven't won one. So that's always been a frustrating argument to me, and this was going back to when OU was in the Big 12. We were going up against the SEC and the Big 10, where I'm like, okay, bad SEC teams are still bad football teams. Like, we should not, just because they play in a certain conference, think they're better than the bad teams of the Big 12. They're all stink, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fair, like Oklahoma State, for example, today, love it. I mean, you're a 38-point favorite against a Power 4 team. That's a bad Power 4 team in the Big 12. I just don't like the argument that, to your point, like if you put Texas Tech in the SEC, for example, they wouldn't beat Kentucky. Like, I think that's where it's like, this is kind of getting surreal when you're just hyping up the SEC or Big 10. Like, every team in that conference is a good football team, or if they were in another conference, they would automatically win the ACC or AC. I just think that's kind of wacky.
And we saw that last year where it was expected that Texas would just roll Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. And what ends up happening? Arizona State takes them to double overtime, right?
It was a fourth down conversion that won the game for Texas.
Shahan Jayaraja of CBS Sports, who we've had on the show before, has said the SEC is undefeated in hypothetical matchups. So we can talk about this all we want. Yeah. But then you get the games on the field, and I know the SEC and Big Ten have been good out of conference earlier in the season before we got into conference play. But when you get to the best of the best, when you get to the CFP and some of these bowl games, we saw Illinois beat South Carolina last year in Lenora Sellers, right, in a bowl game. So that's why we play the games, is we can talk about hypotheticals all we want, but at the end of the day, we need to get these teams on the field together to really get a feeling for how much better or how close conferences may be from one another.
It's Sights and Sounds right here on Fan University. We got a ton more to get to. Maybe we'll mix in some of these cuts that we didn't get to throughout the rest of the program, but want to do some quick player cut real quick because Carson Beck was under some criticism for throwing his teammate under the bus after the loss at Louisville on the interception. But I got to give Carson Beck a lot of credit here because he comes back and clarifies his post-game comments. And, of course, it was after the loss throwing Elijah Lofton under the bus, who was the wide receiver that ran the wrong route in the game-sealing interception. So here's Carson Beck clarifying.
Yeah, I was never throwing him under the bus. And when asked the question, I was asked, what happened on the last play. And I think if you go watch the whole clip of what happened, I mean, you can go look at what I said. But again, I mean, an interception is on me. And again, I'm ultimately the guy with the ball in his hands at the end, right? So I have to take accountability for that. But again, when I think people can take things out of context sometimes, and that's not at all what I was doing. I've never been that type of person. I've never been that type of way, and I've always taken accountability for my mistakes.
There you go. Some good leadership from arguably one of the better quarterbacks in college football and potentially a Heisman candidate still, even after the loss, depending on what Miami does the rest of the way. They'll be at SMU next Saturday, I believe.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if the game time's been announced for that game yet, but they've got a tough Stanford team today. Miami does at 5-1. But that is Sights and Sounds. Like I said, we've got more cuts throughout the course of the program we'll try and fit in here. But up next, we got a brand new segment, one we've been looking for. It's not the master class. It is the Baxter class. Brendan Baxter, what do we got going on?
Carter mentioned hypothetical matchups. There's some rumblings coming up about a potential shift to the playoff, expanding to 24 teams. We're going to get to that during Baxter class.
I love it. That's next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. A brand new segment right around the corner. We'll also talk to Stephen Willis of Locked On Ole Miss, giving us a comprehensive preview of the Ole Miss-Oklahoma game. That's at 10 o'clock. Jake Reitma alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter and Jacob Ray on the ones and twos. And right now I kick it to my good friend Brennan Baxter for a Baxter Class. Brand new segment. Let's go.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that, man. The point of Baxter Class here on 105.3 The Fan University is to educate and debate, and that's what we're going to do. And there was a story that came out this week from Joel Klatt, was one of the first to kind of talk about it on his show earlier in the week, but that a 24-team playoff is gaining significant steam in college football. We've gone from 4 to 12 to now 24. I know this is just going to drive Carter nuts, but this idea I think is absolutely crazy. So I wanted to educate and then we can debate. So how this would look would be 4 automatic qualifiers from each Power 4 conference. So we talked about the hypotheticals of the debate of what that would look like, but you're talking SEC, ACC, Big 10, and Big 12, each getting 4 teams in automatically. Then 2 group of 5 teams. Think of your North Texas, your UCFs, your USFs, and then 6 at-large teams, which would almost guarantee a Notre Dame, for example. This would equal to 24. If you played that out this season, from the SEC alone, including if you're just talking about the top 24, you would have 9 teams from the SEC out of 24. You'd have 4 Big 10 teams, 4 Big 12 teams, 4 ACC teams. The 2 group of 5 teams would be Tulane and South Florida, and then the last at-large would be Notre Dame. So, guys, I wanted to debate this with you guys because I know Carter's going to hate it. Jake, I don't really know where you stand on this, but I think you might like it a little bit. Would a 24-team playoff be good or bad for college football?
Listen, Carter's skin is crawling, and I can feel it across the table. And
disgusting.
And I will say this, rightfully so, because I might come across right now as talking out of both sides of my mouth, because I told you guys pre-show that my all-time favorite playoff format is the Division II football playoff format. There it is. The first mention of Division II football here on Fan University.
Oh, we got it in the pre-show meeting. I wanted to bring it up there that we didn't even start the show and we're already getting D2 talk.
Yeah, we got the anchor bone today. It's Ferris State versus Grand Valley. Ferris State, obviously a 3-time champion in the last 4 years. But here's what they do. They do 4 regions of 7 teams, which allows a first-round bye, but there's just way more Division II teams than there are Division I teams. And Brennan, you outlined it beautifully here with each Power 4 conference getting 6 at-large. Or no, there would be 6 at-large. So if it played out this year, that'd be 9 teams from the SEC, which totally diminishes the regular season. What would be the point of the regular season? You're making the playoffs if you're an SEC team worth not even average. You can't be incompetent.
And that's where you mentioned D2 and how many teams there are and how many different conferences there are. And FCS football is the same way because they also do a 24-team playoff system. But there are more than 4 conferences at the FCS level that get automatic bids for their champions into the FCS playoffs. I think that's what makes this different in my mind is because, 9 teams from the SEC, and one of them would be Texas, who has not looked like a playoff-worthy team at all this entire season. And you get further down, LSU, Tennessee, these teams with 2 or 3 losses. We're still in the middle of kind of changing the idea of you can have more losses in college football and end up making the playoff. Maybe I'm not quite there yet, but just the fact that of the 6 at-larges currently, and I know this won't be the case at the end of the year, 5 of the 6 at-larges would all be SEC teams that just because they're ranked, and I think people look at preseason rankings and things like that and still have inherent bias on how they're going to look at teams and rank them, even if they don't get to watch them, just because of the way they were ranked at one point. That's why you have more SEC teams ranked than maybe some other conferences. And it just seems highly unbalanced in the teams that would end up making it in this era of college football, in this era of Power 4 football. That's what I don't like. And I would also say if we have 6 or 7 other group of 5 conferences at the FBS level, why don't their champions get in? Like, why don't we do 3 teams from each of the power conferences and then bring in the, group of 5 champions too? Because that's what they do at every other level.
Yeah, there's 2 things here that I actually like about this. And Carter, I will say Texas would not be in this field, actually. You'd have Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, Vandy, Tennessee, Mizzou, LSU, A&M, and Oklahoma. So you'd have Texas would be on the outside looking in, actually. And all those teams, as we've mentioned, have 2. LSU would be the 20th seed, for example, at 2 losses. And then in the Big Ten, you'd have Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, Illinois, who would be the worst team. I like this for 2 reasons. One, you probably eliminate bowl games or a good portion of bowl games, which are now, I know, Jake.
Give me the Citrus Bowl or give me the Sun Bowl, the Tony the Tiger Frosted Flakes Bowl.
But maybe the Frosted Flakes Bowl can host a playoff game. I mean, you're talking about bowl games that don't matter. You're seeing, honestly, like junior varsity players play in these bowl games at times.
Right.
So I think it adds more money to the sport, which is what they care about more. But 2, schools like Texas Tech, a Big 12 school, or an ACC school like Louisville or Georgia Tech, it does give them a seat at the table in some of the biggest games. And who knows now with the parity in college football, what those turn into. We mentioned Arizona State, Texas last year, where we didn't really think Arizona State could hang with them. And sure enough, they were 1 play away from winning the game. So I do think that it does add an element of it gives the little guys a seat at the table. And honestly, all of these SEC teams that we just mentioned, Carter, I completely agree with you on Texas. They should not be in the field. Right now, like Oklahoma, if they weren't to get in at 10-2, but I feel like Oklahoma would be a deserving 10-2 team, as much as it pains me to say. I think this does just kind of say, like, if you've done well enough, you can enter the opportunity to win a championship. And I don't hate it, but maybe I'm biased because it would give my, a Big 12 guy a chance to get in regardless. But I do think that it would be interesting when you look at how the field will be set up this year. You'd have 8 buys, and maybe bowl games have more of a meaning to them, like the Cheez-It Bowl or the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and that's actually now a playoff game as well. So I don't know. I don't hate the idea. And if you're Notre Dame, you'd have to love this because you're going to be in no matter what every year. You wouldn't have to join a conference either. Jake, I know that ruffles your feathers.
Well, yeah, Notre Dame's just full of cowards because they won't join a conference and they just want everything handed to them. But that said, it's hard for me because I like Marcus Freeman. I like CJ Carr a lot. This is from the 940. 24-team playoff only works with conferences getting auto bids like at the D2 level. Any conference with 12 teams gets a bid. And that's an interesting hypothetical as well, where you start if, in this same hypothetical format where every conference winner would get an automatic bid. And I don't know exactly what that would look like, but more food for thought.
Yeah, well, and one other thing, too, is it would just get murky if, say, like, what if this year, if you get an ACC title game of, say, Virginia and Georgia Tech. Virginia has 2 losses, Georgia Tech has 1. And Miami's sitting there at 11-1, not making the title game because of tiebreakers or whatever. One of those teams that loses the ACC title game, could they potentially not get in because of how some of the other things in the conference work? Like, it just ends up getting, we saw with SMU last year where they could have potentially gotten left out of the CFP after playing an extra game that you shouldn't get punished for, but voters are inherently going to look at things like that. So it is a deep conversation that deserves just more than one segment. But there are things I do like the idea, Brennan, of the little guys getting a seat at the table, getting to see maybe some more of these matchups we might not have seen before, and we get that in a way with the 12-team playoff. But bringing in more of these teams, I could be interested in that. I would want more group of 5 teams involved. And I know the power conferences would never agree to that, but that's something I think would bring in more interest to me personally.
Yeah, there was a tweet that went out, I'm forgetting, I think it was maybe Todd Fortune, but said Georgia Tech and USF is going to be a first-round matchup, and no one's going to want to watch it. Call me an elitist. And I'm like, I would love that matchup. Like, I want more of that. Yep. You see these opportunities where, yeah, give me a Mizzou and a Louisville playoff game in some neutral site location, or if they still host the first-round games. That's what I think would bring more of this. We're already doing it. We just laughed about Cal having to travel to Virginia Tech. we might as well see it where a game really matters from the top 24 teams in the country, and then let them play and see what happens. I do like the idea of bringing it to where this game is important. If you're going to make teams travel over the country, you might as well do it under a format where they have a chance to win a championship if they're good enough to get there.
I think the next step is we will see the 16-team playoff, because the top 4 seeds right now get first-round byes, right? They don't get to host a home playoff game. I think after 2 or 3 years of them seeing the environments at home, the money that the teams bring in, hosting these playoff games, the top 4 seeds are going to say, hey, we want a piece of that too. So I think eventually you're going to get a 16-team playoff where the first round is everyone's at home, then you move to the bowls. If that's successful and you see, that turn into something people really like, then I think we'll see the expansion to 24, because I don't think we can jump from 12 to 24 just yet. And we're stuck at 12 until the conferences agree on the new setup, which they can't do because the Big Ten and the SEC have differing ideas of how they want it to go. But I do think we'll get to 16, and if that sees success, especially with some of those home playoff games, some of those other teams getting in, then I think we can move to 24 later down the line.
Jake, the great late Mike Leach, if you haven't heard this, had a phenomenal idea of eventually expanding it to 64 teams. He made it sound easy. Surely we can do 24 if Mike Leach can convince us we could do 64. It can't be that hard. So that's my final point here on the playoff expansion.
I love it. The Baxter class. We'll look forward for more Baxter classes here on Fan University.
I feel educated.
I do too. I learned something. We knew we would from the Baxter class. Hey, coming up, we've got a deep dive on one of the best games this weekend. It's Ole Miss taking on Oklahoma. We will talk to Stephen Willis. He's the host of Locked On Ole Miss. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget me.
It's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Campbell's running away from West Weeks and throws, and a nice catch on a ball thrown behind him by Daquan Wright. Then he's across midfield.
Kicking off in just about an hour, it's Ole Miss against Oklahoma. And not a lot of history between these two teams, and Lane Kiffin was even vocal about Oklahoma and Ole Miss playing one another. It's Fan University. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman. We've got Brennan Baxter, and joining us on the line right now to talk a little bit more about this matchup, he's the host of the most watched Ole Miss sports podcast on the internet. That's Locked On Ole Miss. It's Stephen Willis. We say good morning, and thanks so much for joining Fan University, sir. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Are you ready for this centuries-old rivalry to take shape?
Yeah.
I'm fired up. I mean, this goes back hundreds of years. I just hope, like always, there's not fistfights before the game, and you just got to throw out the records when this game happens.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Stephen Willis joining us on Fan University, and you already got the vibes and the sense of humor of Fan University, a little sarcasm. I absolutely love it, but the matchup, I mean, you got a top 15 matchup here, a conference matchup, Ole Miss in Oklahoma. Ole Miss trying to bounce back after a game where they really, I don't want to say had it, but were in a really good position on the road against Georgia. But I want to lead off with a question about this dynamic Ole Miss offense, and obviously you cover them every single day, but Trinidad Chambliss has emerged as a superstar. Lane Kiffin, the hottest name in coaching. What can you tell us more about just how good Ole Miss has been and their chances today against a good Oklahoma defense?
The weird thing about it is everything in the preseason was about Austin Simmons, and Austin Simmons is still a good quarterback. You just happened to get Wally pipped because when Trinidad Chambliss got on the field after the injury, you just saw him grab it. This is the guy that finished third for the Harlan Hill Trophy, which is the Division II Heisman Trophy last year at Ferris State. And he just basically moves the team, scores touchdowns. He does the little things that you want to have happen that can be explosive. And the difference between this Ole Miss team and the Ole Miss team a year ago, which the Ole Miss team a year ago, they had a much better roster than this year. The difference is they're using their weapons this season. And Trinidad Chambliss, when you look at box scores of the game, you might see 8 receivers caught a pass, and the leading receiver had 3 or 4 catches. It's not like a year ago when it was, hey, you had Jackson Dart, you had Trey Harris, and you had all those dudes, but you had Jackson Dart completing 12 passes to Trey Harris in the game. Which means, like, for instance, in today's game, Brent Venables would see that as like we have to figure out a way to take away Trey Harris. If you do that, there's not a plan B, and that was the problem with Ole Miss a year ago. There wasn't a plan B. This year, Trinidad Chambliss has given Ole Miss a plan B. And if you take away Deshaun Stribling, you have Caden Lee. If you take away Caden Lee, there's Daquan Wright. And there's weapons all over the field to the point where the defense has trouble knowing who they have to take away and who they have to double. And because of that, they become much more explosive than they even were a year ago with Jackson Dart, Trey Harris, and all those dudes. It's really interesting to see that Trinidad Chambliss essentially unlocked this offense a little bit. And against Georgia, yes, Ole Miss faded in the fourth quarter because it wasn't the crowd. It wasn't the atmosphere. It wasn't the moment being too big for Trinidad Chambliss, like people say. It was the fact, like the baseball analogy, to where you have to be perfect on a pitch. Like a player's going in facing Barry Bonds and you can't walk him, and they start trying to aim it, and you end up walking him. That's what happened in the fourth quarter of that game. He started missing some passes because he started trying to aim. But Trinidad Chambliss overall has been a revelation. And if Ole Miss wins this game against Oklahoma, you're looking at an Ole Miss team that could go 11-1. They're going to be 10-plus points favored over their last four opponents if they win today. If they lose today, they're probably going to drop another game as well. But if they win today, everything's on the table for this team.
Well, Stephen, as we begin this Ole Miss-OU rivalry, I am an Oklahoma grad, so if you need Norman food recommendations, I've got you down because, we're going to get this thing rolling. But on the flip side,
weather, by the way.
Yeah, it's does not look great. We're seeing that on game day right in front of us right now. I think it should clear up maybe by the end of the first quarter. But on the flip side, we talk about the offense, but the defense for Pete Golding, it struggled in last week's game, and I know Georgia has a way of grinding you down, especially this season. But you mentioned the talent from last year's different talent this year. Seems to be a lot more portal additions on last year's team that ended up graduating or leaving. Why hasn't Pete Golding's team seen as much success this season, especially in last week's game against Georgia?
Well, what you're going to see in this game is Georgia and Arkansas was a unique matchup against this Ole Miss defense. They were both power-running teams. Everybody else, LSU couldn't run the ball. If you had trouble running the ball, or if there's any doubt about running the ball, Pete Golding will drop 8 you to death. They don't want to get beat by John Mateer running the football or throwing the ball downfield. They want you to drive the ball down the field, and it's their bet that you're not going to be consistent enough to do that. That is how this Ole Miss defense is working. Against Oklahoma, I'm fully expecting it to look a lot more like the game against LSU than the game against Georgia, because Ben Arbuckle is like, he's not directly on the Mike Leach air raid tree, but he's on the air raid tree. He's like a second cousin. So you're going to treat that the way they would treat Mike Leach, and obviously Lane Kiffin and everybody knows how to deal with that with Mike Leach, rest his soul, at Mississippi State. If that happens and Oklahoma cannot establish the running game, or they're unwilling to do it and commit to it, Ole Miss is going to win this game.
Stephen Willis from Locked On Ole Miss joining us here on 105.3 The Fan University. Stephen, I got to ask, though, there's been a lot of talk nationally, obviously, about Lane Kiffin and the potential link to the Florida job. Do you feel like that is a concern at all within this locker room? I've seen some reports that he might even be addressing the team regarding this. Can you speak to that at all? And do you feel like if Ole Miss were to lose today, that those rumors are going to ratchet up even more?
Yeah, basically a little history lesson for anybody that's listening. The Auburn job was available in 2022, and the same thing happened. It was the same script. And Lane Kiffin just didn't address anything, and he ended up losing the locker room. I think Ole Miss lost to Texas Tech in a bowl game that year. This year, they have everything in front of them. They can do all the stuff that they want to do, but they need to win games. So you try to protect the locker room. That's the reason he addressed the rumors. He didn't address whether he was going or whether he was not going or whether Florida offered the job or anything like that. It was that basically he said, whenever you play on a good team, other teams that aren't as good as you want your coach. That was the whole meeting, essentially. Stay focused, do what you have to do. This is a compliment to us. If Ole Miss loses this game to Oklahoma, is it going to ratchet up? Absolutely. But if you listen to the talking heads today on all of the morning shows going around, it's kind of a tonal shift a little bit from Lane to Florida to why would Lane leave Ole Miss? And that's interesting at least, but we're still 6 weeks away from a decision. And I think it's important that everybody kind of realizes the fans are going to freak out. The players don't need to freak out just yet, if that makes sense.
We're talking with
That makes
Stephen
sense.
Willis right here on Fan University. You can follow him on Twitter at the Stephen Willis. He's the host of the Locked On Ole Miss podcast. And Stephen, we so appreciate you hopping on Fan University. Knocked it out of the park. We really appreciate it. We'll get you out the door with a little game prediction. I think I know where you'll go with it on this one, but how confident are you in your Ole Miss Rebels?
I think that a soggy field and raining conditions in Norman, that is an advantage to the offensive line over the defensive line. It prevents the get-offs by about a beat or two every single play, which could neutralize what is the best facet of Oklahoma's team. I'm going to take Ole Miss 24, Oklahoma 17.
I promise it's a beautiful town so long as it's not rainy. There's a lot of great things to see in Norman, but it is the center of the country. It's a petri dish of weather up there.
Yeah, we're coming back next year, so we get a do-over, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
It's the rivalry that will live on for sure. But, Stephen, this has been great. There you go. We appreciate it so much, and we'll do it again, and have a great rest of your game day, and we'll talk to you coming up.
All right, thank you guys very much, and call me if you need me.
There he is. At the Stephen Willis Locked On Ole Miss podcast. I love the local feel of it, boots on the ground. That's our thing here on Fan University, and Stephen Willis bringing us the latest on Ole Miss. And listen, the Lane Kiffin conversation is fascinating, and I loved what he had to say about the comparison historically to Auburn, because he's exactly right. I mean, Lane Kiffin went through this a couple of different times.
He has, and I bring that Auburn conversation up. There was an Auburn reporter that said Lane Kiffin's taking that job. I remember being up here at the Fan doing my day job, right, running the fan cam, and seeing that news and thinking, okay, here it is. He's moving on, but that ended up not being the case. I would love to know what happened to that Auburn reporter since then, because they basically put their life on the line for a report that ended up being wrong. But yeah,
well, it was Lane Kiffin's daughter's not fault, but remember a couple Jake takes ago, we had the sound of her putting together that slideshow video that they talked about on the documentary
that convinced him to stay, to stay at Ole Miss. And I do think the same thing. And Brendan, you can tell me if you feel differently, but I feel like Florida wants to be what Ole Miss is now. And I don't understand why Lane Kiffin would leave what he's already built over 5 or 6 years in Oxford, try to do the same thing in Gainesville when there's no guarantee that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think two things can be true at once. One, Florida's probably better than Auburn in terms of an overall job and resources, but also it's 2025 in college football, and Ole Miss can compete if they want to with Florida when it comes to that. And Lane Kiffin right now, he's 6-1 this year, has a chance to go to the playoff. I don't see a reason to jump. I feel like we're just kind of holding on to Florida as being this powerhouse team, but they really have not been relevant, I think, in maybe 10 years?
Since Urban Meyer left. Since Urban Meyer left in the early 2010s. Since Urban
Meyer left. And so it seems to me like if Ole Miss has had more success in the SEC since Florida, and I don't know. I feel like Lane should stay, but I see the appeal. And Lane Kiffin is always he's moved around a lot. He's been able to kind of refocus what people probably interpreted him to be.
Oh, absolutely. He's reinvented himself.
And yeah, he has completely reinvented himself. But I do think that, can you really ever trust a head football coach when money's on the line? I don't know.
In college football especially, that's a great point.
I don't know. Somebody just said it's 2025, and this is a new college football. I think that's what you just said like 30 seconds ago. My CTE brain's kicking in early already. But the child in me wants the Tim Tebow Florida Gators, where they were, and not Tim Tebow specifically, but Brandon Spikes and the Swamp documentary that Netflix launched. The child college football fan in me wants a Florida team like that back in college football so badly. I think the Swamp is one of the best environments in college football. It's the coolest name, obviously. And just like I said about Virginia Tech, college football is better when Florida's really good. And the combination of Lane Kiffin and I know our guy Stephen Willis, who we just had on, would not like me saying this, but the thought of just the storylines and the captivating week in and week out content that would come from Gainesville, Florida, with Lane Kiffin at the helm and a good Florida Gators team, sign me up for that.
And I do think he would have that success there. I would be confident now, given that Lane Kiffin's gone, been seen his lows ended up at FAU and then made his way back to Ole Miss, right, and time at Alabama as well. But the fact that he's reinvented himself, I think he's going to succeed wherever he ends up going. But SEC resources, every team gets the same amount of money, no matter if you're Kentucky or if you're Alabama from your networks, right, like from ESPN or their TV deals. So they're all getting the same amount of money. So Florida will have more resources, and I saw it was bandied about last night. And I don't know the validity of this. So actually, I'm not even going to say it, but just the number amounts that they're throwing out would make him the highest paid head coach in college football. It was no one,
13.5.
No one legitimately actually threw that number out there. So I'm hesitant to even mention it. And here I am mentioning it.
Well, I gave it the real oxygen with the specific number. So that's on me. Hand up.
But yeah. No, go ahead, Brennan.
Ole Miss also had one of the top NIL funding programs in college football this year too, so they're willing to spend to bring people in there too. So college football now more than ever, it's not necessarily about the decal on the helmet anymore. It's about who's giving you the money to pay to succeed. Look at Indiana, look at Texas Tech, for example. So if Ole Miss is willing to do that, then I don't see a need to shift within the conference, because Florida's program right now is not, Jake, I completely agree with you. I would love to see the Gators in the swamp and have that be a huge atmosphere in college football. I think college football is better when teams like Florida are good, but you don't need it. I mean, Lane Kiffin doesn't have to do that to be successful or compete for championships. He could stay in Oxford and still do that.
No, you're absolutely right. It's become a transactional process of, instead of, and I believe it was Tom Izzo, and I know this is Fan University College Football, but he was so vocal this week about how we've lost the plot of what college athletics are, because and the facilities and the everything else, the decals on the helmet, like you mentioned, Brennan, it's not a factor. It's the transaction of how much am I going to get paid, and there's pros and cons that come with it. Indiana is an example of the pro, where you can take a team that's never had any tradition, never had any success, and be a top 5 team in the country. But on the other side of that, you have examples where we've lost the plot. So
yeah. And on the point of Indiana, they immediately extended Curt Cignetti as soon as that Penn State job came open. We have not seen that with Lane Kiffin and Florida and that job opening just yet. But I would still think over the next couple of weeks, especially if they beat OU today, and like Stephen Willis was saying, they could potentially go 11-1 should they get past the Sooners today. Then I think you'd pretty quickly see an extension. Which, look, if Florida's offering $13 million, I bet Ole Miss would be happy to match that.
No doubt about it. All right, coming up, we've got Jake's takes, and I've got some tales from Morgantown, fellas. We're going to talk a little college football in Jake's takes. I've also got our best and worst uniforms from the week and some sign-stealing drama. That's all next on Fan University, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you where...
your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
An out-of-pocket cost, they only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW, Jake Rietma.
He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
It's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, yes, it's Jake's Takes. Let's go. Someone said football, so I came running. Shout out to Jacob Ray on that fire intro. Shout out to Jacob Ray just in general being a great human being and the producer of Fan University. All over it. What a great show it's been so far. Our thanks to the Stephen Willis for hopping on and giving us a good preview of Oklahoma and Ole Miss. We'll talk to our friend Tony Catalina here at 11 for Texas A&M LSU. But fellas, Jake's Takes, we got a lot to get to here, so we're going to be efficient. It's going to be like a good opening drive. We've got a script of 15 plays. We're going to execute. We're going to move the football down the field, and we're going to get 6. Everybody in on that. Everybody good with that? All right. What does John Gruden say? Knock on wood if you're with me. Yeah, there we go. So knock on wood. We'll start with some tales from Morgantown. You guys know I was in Morgantown, West Virginia, great college town.
Your second home at this point.
Yes. I'm really racking up the frequent flyer miles. And the Morgantown airport I have not had a lot of luck with because the one time I was flying into Morgantown, it's tinier of an airport than you can even envision. The Arizona State private plane was flying out and jutted us to land in Pittsburgh. So I've only flown out of the Morgantown airport, not into it, because there's only one little runway. But got to attend the West Virginia radio show, meet Rich Rodriguez, which was awesome, a college football figure. And the Mountaineers aren't playing too great this year, obviously. But the other guest on the radio show that night, Monday night in Morgantown, was the 4th all-time leading rusher for quarterbacks. Let's see how well you know your college football history. Carter Freeman, I think you can get this one. He led the West Virginia Mountaineers to a Fiesta Bowl victory.
Over my Sooners in 2008?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is Pat White.
Oh, okay. All right, I like that.
Thanks for sending it over to me, Jake. I was ready to go over here, man. I had it on the lefty killer, man. You didn't even look at me.
That's on me. I 100% take full responsibility.
Carter gets benched. Brennan, you're in now.
Yeah, that's right. We just threw a lateral back to Carter, fumbled, but we hopped on it. Way to save the day. But yeah, I got to meet Pat White. It was really cool. Chopped it up with him for a little bit. If you remember, that was one of the most dynamic offenses. Rich Rod, it led him to get the job at the University of Michigan, and he did not coach in that bowl game, but super down-to-earth guy, and now he is a coach on the staff at West Virginia. And one of those things, and listen, I'm not, I guess whatever the term would be, not too proud to admit that meeting athletes you watched as a kid, it was really cool. I wouldn't say starstruck, but you have that moment where you're like, wow, this is Pat White. I was a big fan. I played with Pat White on the Xbox on video games. So first question for Jake's Takes, and Jacob Rand, need to get your answer on this as well. The most famous college football figure or athlete, coach or athlete, doesn't matter, that you've had the pleasure of meeting.
Well, Brennan, I think you might have a chance to meet one of your guys today, right, at Texas Tech's game against Oklahoma State?
So I've already met Graham Harrell when I was 12 years old. But yes, I hope to see him again on the field today, and I'm going to try my best to go see him. Are we saying just college football legend? Like this guy, I mean, you couldn't, like Emmitt Smith, for example, was great at football, but he was a Cowboy legend. You're talking specifically a college type.
Yeah, because I think
right?
like Pat White, for example, nobody's going to remember him for his time with the Miami Dolphins.
Right. Okay, I'm going to probably say then Michael Crabtree.
Ooh.
I've met Weiss, another Texas Tech legend, along with Graham Harrell. He's probably more well-known for a two-time Biletnikoff winner compared to what he did in the NFL, though he had some decent years. So I'll probably go Michael Crabtree's probably the most famous college football legend that I've met.
Yeah, I mean, he had the most iconic play in Tech history, right? You know, you're hoping they can find a new one this year that overtakes that. But as of right now, that touchdown against Texas in 2008 was, that's up there. Mine would be up here at the Fan. He's head coach of the Arlington Renegades, now the Dallas Renegades, but Bob Stoops came up here in the wake of the Renegades 2023 championship. They brought the XFL trophy. They were the XFL at that point. I don't think they had changed to the UFL just yet, but he was up here. I allegedly met him. I do not remember a single moment of it. I basically whited out. I was so like nervous. I'm like, this is the head coach when I was in school. Yeah. This was everyone's idol. He won, so many Big 12 titles while he was there, a national championship, went to a couple more. So Bob Stoops is my number one. But even outside of that, I think it's mostly analysts like Aaron Taylor of CBS, former offensive lineman. Mike Golick Jr., I met him at Radio Row, and Gojo's awesome. He's a great guy to talk to, great interview. And I think of him more with college than I do with the NFL. But yeah, Bob Stoops is definitely the number one. I do have a picture with him, and I'm glad I have that because the memories are not there, but pictures last forever.
You got video or photo evidence of it. And I should have said this earlier, but let us know yours, 877-881-1053, a college football figure that you got to meet and the experience. This comes on the wake of meeting Rich Rodriguez and Pat White. We got one in here from the 903. Played high school football at Willow Ridge with Thurman Thomas. And I coached Graham Harrell in track at Ennis. So there you go. Yes, track. Look out. So Graham Harrell, a track athlete.
I wouldn't say Graham Harrell was probably pretty good at. Maybe the coach was a great coach, but I would love to know what Graham was able to accomplish in track there at his high school. He wasn't known for his mobility per se.
Just that rocket arm.
Yeah, maybe a shot put. Shot put's a little heavier than a football. But over to Jacob Ray, the Texas Tech extraordinaire as well.
All right. Unfortunately, both of mine have already actually been said. I ran into Mike Golick Jr. at a Spanky's in Lubbock when he was there calling a game, and you're right. He's one of the nicest guys. I was a little skeptical with them starting college football on TNT, but he called the Texas Tech and Oregon State game. I thought it was one of the best called college football games that I've heard. So he did a great job. And then last year when Colorado came to town and Big Noon Kickoff was in town in Lubbock, I also met Michael Crabtree and got to talk to him for about 3 or 4 minutes on the radio, and he was great. I think he was a little hammered, but he was great.
That makes great radio. So there you go. That's awesome. I love it. All right, it's Jake's Takes right here on Fan University 105.3 The Fan. Continue texting in your college football figures that you have met, 877-881-1053. And were you starstruck like Carter Freeman was meeting Bob Stoops? Which, hey, that there's nothing wrong with that. I remember meeting Reese Davis at the State Farm kickoff when they would do. It was college basketball, at the United Center. I was working for the Bulls at the time, and it was so cool meeting him because it was one of those weird setups where the media and the State Farm kickoff show or the college football playoff show when they would do the selection show was all right there, and everyone was just hanging out for like a half hour before the show. And Reese Davis was super nice, was talking to everybody. And I've always idolized him. I want to be like him. He's just so cool, calm, and collective, which usually are not the characteristics I would use to describe myself. So I'll work on that. A couple more from the 360. Sonny Six Killer and Marcus Tuiasosopo. Remember Marcus Tuiasosopo?
Washington, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Interesting.
Brendan, you got another
Jake,
one?
Jake, I was gonna say, man, if you're hosting Fan University on 105.3 The Fan, you're not far from Reese Davis, man. You're on the right path.
Yeah.
So let's give yourself some credit. You're doing a great job.
Yeah. We're their competition. We're on at the same time,
that's a great
right?
Point.
So
and we're kicking their butt in ratings. I can almost guarantee
we
it.
We
just can't prove it. We can't prove it. Hey, Jake, I was gonna say real quick to Jacob Ray's point on Crabtree. When I was 12 years old, I was at that Texas game, and my dad snuck us down the tunnel to throw a football in the field. The moment we got to Lubbock, 2 people were walking up that tunnel from practice. It was Graham Harrell and Michael Crabtree. I got that ball signed, and it was a styrofoam football, and I kept that thing as long as I could before it finally washed away, man. But it was a great moment. Yeah, cool dudes.
I love it. A bunch more coming in from the 817. Met Deion Sanders, and that is Charles Woodson. There you go from the 817. I had a Charles Woodson jersey as a kid from the 361. Stone Cold Steve Austin. And
UNT legend.
Yeah, there you go. From 972, Pat White was my quarterback coach in college. Look at that. We got a lot of people texting in here on Fan University, 877-881-1053. Continue those. But, guys, we got to get to some of our best uniforms. But we also have a nomination for worst uniforms of the week. The best. You want to start with the best? Should we start with the best or start with the worst?
No, let's get the worst out of the way
we'll get
first.
the worst out of the way. And maybe you can't even see them because they're camouflage. And I am big. I like the camouflage, but this is too much. The Miami Hurricanes are dropping a camouflage uniform, and some look better than the others. And the pants, I think, is what I have the biggest issue, because the jersey is it's a camouflage jersey. Here, I'll show you there, Carter. And I know this is great radio here, but if you're watching on the fan cam, I'm putting it up right there, and it is a camouflage jersey with like a black helmet, and the U is camouflage, but the pants are the solid green of what would be camouflage, and it just, I don't know. It's not visually pleasing. It's not visually aesthetic, and it gets a big thumbs down for me.
Brennan, it's a really weird pivot for Miami after losing a game to Louisville, not looking good in that game, to bust out some of the ugliest jerseys of the season. And there's nothing wrong with camo unless it's on a uniform, because I can't think of any. Oh, I mean, maybe if you put it on the logo of a team, I think it's okay. But to do
like in the
jerseys.
Sleeve,
It just, in my mind, it just doesn't. It's too much.
Yeah, camo and yellow don't go well for me. Two of my least. I will say, like when Army or Navy or when they pull out the camo, I respect it, obviously for military reasons. But at any other school, it's just a lot. It's
Especially
just not. It doesn't fit.
At Miami,
of
all places.
Like,
yeah.
What are you doing? Like you're not. There's nothing camo about Miami. I don't know. I don't like those at all.
All right, now these for the best uniforms, they don't debut until 11/15. That'd be November 15th there, Jake. So November 15th, these uniforms are being dropped by Tulane, and it's the City Edition uniforms. It's a powder blue uniform, but on the sleeves, you've got the City of New Orleans logo. I don't know what it would be called, but
crest or something.
Yes. The Saints logo essentially. And you've got the powder blue jersey. The numbers are white, a lot of green mixed in, and on the pants, same thing. You've got the New Orleans logo going up the side. These are chef's kiss, 10 out of 10 for me.
Tulane has always done this really well. They've really embraced the city of New Orleans, and that baby blue has been something that's really worked for them. The helmet might be doing a little too much.
I'm glad you said that.
It's kind of like I don't know, maybe street signs, maybe sidewalk pavement. It's a little much compared to what else is going on. But the green and the blue, Brennan, I don't know about you, but every time I see those, I think Tulane has some of the best uniforms in the country, and these ones are in line with some of their other ones.
I was just about to say that Tulane has made an appearance on this multiple times throughout our show in the last 6-7 weeks. Do they have the best uniforms in the country? I mean, this seriously, they continue to hit on their uniforms. It's perfect color combination too. I love it, man. I think I would maybe argue they have a top 3 to 4 uniform combo arsenal in the entire country.
I'm with you. And Tulane too. They don't have a loss in the American. They are still very much alive for a chance to go to the college football playoffs. So look, we could get those sexy uniforms in December and in the college football playoff. Who knows?
No, you're exactly right. And it's the light blue and green, because you see a lot of the light blue paired with the dark blue, or the dark blue, yellow, and light blue, but the light blue and green, for whatever reason, just pops. All right, one other honorable mention here. It's the University of New Mexico.
Oh, these ones are better than Tulane's.
Really?
The regular Tulane ones are better than these.
Okay,
but
fair
these
enough.
New Mexico alternates are awesome.
So they're going with the turquoise or teal, I believe would be the right way to put it. And it's back to the 1970s when they wore these uniforms last. But to me, my brother and I were talking about this last night, because he always wants to know what uniforms I've got on for the show, and they're just a little too much for me. If that's too much teal, I think a little teal goes a long way.
Yeah, I love them. I love the helmets too with the New Mexico flag on them. I just think they're so unique and so very New Mexico. I don't think any other school could do that and have it work. And Jason Eck at New Mexico this year has really turned them into a fun team. They're not going to go to the playoff. They're not going to win a Mountain West title, but New Mexico football has never really mattered in the grand scheme of college football, and he's slowly getting them to a point where not only could he end up at a bigger school someday, but right now New Mexico is a lot of fun. And these jerseys, I freaking love them, Brennan.
There's a lot going on.
I do love the fact that a lot of these smaller schools are taking an Oregon approach. Like, even though it's just cool to see a lot of schools adapt to really unique uniforms that fit, whether it's the state, the city. I love these alternate uniforms that schools like New Mexico are bringing in. It just makes it so much fun to see on game day. And just it's really unique to college football specifically because you don't get that in the NFL.
No, we absolutely don't. And hey, the Jake's Takes, we had a lot of good discussion here, and we do have some sign-stealing audio that we'll have to mix in later in the program. We just got so much good stuff going on here on a Saturday here on Fan University, because at 10:40 coming up, we've got our picks to get into. And I think some of us had some pretty good weeks last week, but we'll dive into some of the best matchups as kickoff is right around the corner in the early slate. Don't go anywhere. The picks are next on Fan University.
Doesn't sound right. Was it saffron swirl?
back to the Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tony Catalina, an A&M beat reporter for The Statesman, will join us at 11. But right now, it is time for the picks. Jake Reitman alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray just throwing a perfect game in the Pimp Cup over there on Fan University, per usual. But Carter Freeman, I used to dread this segment, and I don't even know what my exact record was last week, but I know I got a super dog winning outright correct. No disrespect to the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Mr. Brennan Baxter, but how did we do collectively as Fan University last week?
Well, Brennan, I think that Jake purposefully sandbagged the beginning of this season because he is on one hell of a heater. Jake, you went 5-1 last week.
On.
Brennan, you went 4-2, and I went 2-4 because I continued to believe in Baylor, I continued to believe in Utah, and I believed in Ole Miss, and that just did not go well for me. So on the season, both Jake and I are 25-19.
All right.
Brennan is still ahead at 28-15. 28-16, excuse me. So it's close, but we're all above 500 now. And I see. There we go.
I'm hanging on, but you guys are catching up. I don't like how hot Jake's getting. He's got the new fade looking. He's a new man. He's picking games correctly, going 5-1. This is going to be a heater. The last 6 weeks of the season.
That's right. We're coming for you, my friend. But another full slate to get into this week, and some curveballs on there that we'll get to later. But let's just go chronologically here. Games getting ready to kick off, where Fox Big Noon kickoff is UCLA at Indiana in Bloomington there. We've talked at length about the great story that Indiana is. Now, the line on this one, Indiana's favored by 26.5. And so, obviously, we're picking this game against the spread. UCLA, since firing Deshaun Foster after he informed us that UCLA is in Los Angeles.
Good to know.
Yes, write that down.
Yep.
But UCLA's been really good with the offensive coordinator. I'm blanking on his name, and his dad coach
Jerry Neuheisel.
Neuheisel, that's right. A really good story there. And I always love when I blank on a name. I know Carter will have it, or as we learned in Jake's takes, I got to go to Brandon Baxter as well with Pat White there. So. This is a game we're picking against the spread. UCLA at Indiana, 26.5. I'm just going to say Indiana wins and covers because they ride that Curt Cignetti momentum.
Okay, Indiana is going to win. That I don't think is up for debate. This is where the fun story of UCLA's little Big Ten comeback here stops. But UCLA is going to cover in this game. That's a huge spread, and I know Indiana's very good. But UCLA is going to put up some points. And we were dogging on Nico Amaleava earlier in the season, rightfully so, but he's turned things around. I believe he's going to play today. I know he got banged up in their last game, but he should play. UCLA will put up points. They're going to cover in this game, but Indiana's going to win.
I echo what Carter said. This is my super dog for the week. Carter, I don't know if you were going there, not to steal it from you, but I'm going to go
yours.
Indiana winning. Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's really kind of you. So Indiana winning. UCLA, though, look, this is a great story. So let's see what happens. I think it's a little too much to ask for them to go into Indiana and outright win, but I do think UCLA will keep it competitive for a quarter or two.
All right, so I am the only one taking Indiana to cover this large spread of 26.5. All right.
I mean, look, they're the number 2 team in the country, so I feel like, they should, but that's just such a big spread, and the way UCLA has been playing, it's hard to pick against that particular part of the thing right now.
It's rainy in Norman, Oklahoma. Ole Miss at Oklahoma, the beginning of a long-standing rivalry. And Carter, will let you start because this is your school. Now, the line 5.5, it's moved up. Oklahoma's favored.
Moved up a point over the last, I think, 24 hours. Look, this is strength on strength. OU has a top 3, if not 2, defense in the country. Ole Miss has a top 10 offense in the country. OU has a middling offense, and Ole Miss's defense has been middling for a lot of the season. And I know what Stephen Willis was saying about Ole Miss should be better against the run in this game. OU last week against South Carolina started to figure out how to run the football, and their offensive line is getting healthier. I think that'll continue today with a wet weather game. You're going to need to run the ball better. I think Mateer runs will help as well. Ole Miss covers. Ole Miss is going to cover the spread in this game. OU's going to win. I think 27-24 Oklahoma. So give me my Sooners. You think I'm going to pick against them? Absolutely not. At home, when they're favored, these are the games Brent Venables has to win. So I think they will win today.
Hopefully he stole enough signs to be able to know what Ole Miss has got going offensively. But
steal whatever you want as long as you win.
I love it. I love it. I'm going to go with Ole Miss to win outright. A big bounce back opportunity. My guy Trinity Chambliss is going to play the way he did for 3 quarters against Georgia for all 4 quarters. And like our guy Stephen Willis said, a lot of depth, a lot of weapons for the Ole Miss Rebels. I'll take Ole Miss.
I think the weather favors Oklahoma here with the good defense at home, like kind of a muddy game. I think it's going to be great for Oklahoma to find a way to slow down Ole Miss's offense. So I'm going to take the Sooners here, and I think that'll ratchet up the conversations of Lane Kiffin to Florida a little bit on a national perception. So I think the Sooners find a way to get it done at home, and I think I think this is going to be I think this will be a 10-point win for OU. I think OU's going to.
I like the way you think. Have that confidence that I
can. Make Carter feel good, but
look out!
I do think that this is going to be a statement win from the Sooners.
Oh, was that an OU?
Oh yeah, OU.
I love it.
Do all my chance.
There you go. All right, let's continue on here on our picks. We've also got Missouri at Vanderbilt, and that's it. We're into the 2:30 slate now, right? That's an afternoon game.
Yep.
And it's where College Game Day is. Vanderbilt, a 2.5-point favorite. The over/under 53.5. Brennan Baxter, I kick it to you first, my friend.
Man, this is a toss-up game. Could go either way. I liked what I saw out of Mizzou against Auburn. I know Auburn's 0-4 in the SEC now, but still a tough place to play. They found a way to get it done in that overtime clash with Auburn. So I'm going to lean with Eli and the Tigers here at home. I think Vandy is a great story, but I kind of want to see some upsets here. And not that this is a huge upset, but give me the Tigers to pull off a surprise victory against Vanderbilt there in Nashville.
Man, can it be a surprise victory, an upset when Vanderbilt is the one favored?
Yeah,
like I feel like
I'm glad you said I was going to say that. What are we talking about here?
Anytime Vanderbilt is good, I feel like it's just an upset when they like continue it. So I do think these teams are close. They both run the ball well. They both have good defenses. If I'm looking at the quarterbacks, I like Diego Pavia a little more. They're at home. I will give Vanderbilt the slight edge here, and I think this is where Mizzou's steam starts to run out a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well. And not that I'm wishing this upon Eli Drinkwitz, but the fact that we saw, and we've seen it with a lot of different coaches, where once they start to get a lot of attention for different jobs, it's hard to keep your locker room. And I'm not wishing that upon the Missouri Tigers by any means, but let's face it, they're not a perennial power that's consistent in having this type of success. And how do they handle it? I see it going one of two ways. And unfortunately, I'm going to pick for Vandy to win this game, and then this kind of be the beginning of the end for the Missouri story. So I'll take Vanderbilt as well. So we're all on Vandy then.
No, Brennan's on Mizzou.
No, I picked Mizzou.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right, perfect. Way to use my listening ears there. Working through some technology challenges. No excuses. Play like a champion. All right, let's go to Texas A&M at LSU. A night game here. We got to be quick because we only got a couple more minutes left. Give me Texas A&M to win outright to 2.5-point spread in favor of the Aggies.
I've gone back and forth with this one, but I look at Texas A&M has gotten the monkey off their back in many ways this season, and I compare them to Penn State, who could not do that. I think they get the night game, road game at LSU, something they haven't won in the SEC. I do think they get that off their back tonight. Give me Texas A&M.
I like what Jacob Ray said earlier. At some point, A&M's got to fall. It's just a matter of time when. I think this is a must-win for LSU and Brian Kelly to stay alive at home. Just the desperation of what the Tigers need to do to find a win. I'm always picking against the Aggies. It is biased, but I don't care. Give me the Tigers.
There you go. All right, we're going to skip the next one I had on there due to time constraints because I want to get to the 1 versus 2 matchup that I mentioned in my opening kickoff. North Dakota State at South Dakota State. North Dakota State favored by 4.5, 1 versus 2 at the FCS level. Who you got, Brennan Baxter?
Cole Payton, man, North Dakota State. He's about just crushing the school records there. Give me North Dakota State in this one. He's going to put up huge passing numbers, find a way to get the Bison a W.
North Dakota State has received all of the first-place votes at the FCS coaches poll. They're going to keep all of those votes because North Dakota State is going to win, and Tarleton State will move up to number 2.
I love it. Tarleton State, as long as they win, are going to move up because 1 versus 2, somebody's got to lose. Now, South Dakota State at home, do you give the Jackrabbits the slight edge? No, I am also on North Dakota State as well. Trey Lance's brother, one of the best wide receivers at the FCS level, will likely get drafted. It's too many weapons, too much firepower for the Bison. Give me North Dakota State as well. All right, now our super dogs, and Brendan, you already mentioned yours. It's UCLA to cover, which lame. How about a super dog to win outright? Does anybody have one?
The Mississippi State Bulldogs of Mississippi, 7.5-point underdogs to the Texas Longhorns. There's a stat that I've seen that SEC teams that play back-to-back road games this season have not won the second game. Ole Miss is in one of those today, so I picked the Sooners, and also I'm biased. Texas is in the second of their back-to-back, too. They played at Kentucky last week. They play at Mississippi State today. The Bulldogs are getting the SEC win today, fellas.
There we go. It's time. It's in Stark Vegas, right?
It is.
There you go. Jacob Ray, your super dog.
You know, Jake, we've mentioned multiple times how we love a home dog coming off a win. This team is not coming off a win, but they are a home dog. They've allowed 38 points in 3 straight games. I think the streak breaks. Give me the Spartans over the Michigan Wolverines at home.
Look at that. Oh, you stole mine. Let's go. Oh, man, you stole mine. But, hey, we're going to be on the same page. I am not a State fan by any means. Way too many family members went to Michigan State. They're super obnoxious. Go green, go white. There it is. But in 1999, fellas, the cover of this Michigan State-Michigan game, the preview was Nick Saban was on the hot seat and Tom Brady was going to lose the starting job. Wow. Crazy.
Different times.
All right, I'm also on Michigan State as well. Those are the picks and the super dogs. Coming up, we'll talk to Tony Catalina of the Statesman. That's next on Fan University.
The goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember the Uber Eats?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a lady? Hazel babes.
That sounds fun.
No. I just said that. It's a Spice Girls.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
The picks are in the early slate, seconds away from kicking off in your college football pregame show, Fan University. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman and, of course, Brennan Baxter. We got Jacob Ray producing the show as always. And one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the day coming later tonight. It's an SEC showdown. It's Texas A&M taking on the LSU Tigers. Friend of the program officially, because it is his second appearance on Fan University. We welcome in Tony Catalina, an A&M beat reporter for The Statesman. Tony, good morning. How are you? Welcome back.
Good morning. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it for sure.
Absolutely, and as long as Texas A&M just keeps running the table, this is just going to be a weekly occurrence. We'll talk to your agent, all your people, make sure we get everything settled so that we can continue having you on Fan University. But I'll start out with just, are you surprised or are you maybe anticipating like the mojo, the magic, or whatever it is to remain undefeated as long as Texas A&M has been? Are you worried that it's going to run out? Is tonight that night?
Well, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Preseason, I felt like I was a little bit more optimistic than other people were. Before the season, I had them at 10-2, which felt high at the time, but I felt good about it, and I felt that A&M was going to find a way to win against Notre Dame. But in that moment, I actually had them losing this game in my original plan, my original thought process. But this is a very winnable game for A&M. So to sit here and say that I'm surprised, I wouldn't say that's accurate. I think they've done a lot of good things. What I am surprised about is just how they've been able to do it. The offense has been so good at times. The defense has been so good at times. So for them to find a way to get to this point, and it's the way they've been able to do it in the style in which they did, I would say that's pretty much the surprising part for me.
How much of that goes to Mike Elko, if not all of it? Because I read a really interesting article about him and the way that the roster's constructed. And can you just kind of talk to me about how he's reshaped A&M, their expectations over his time there, and kind of how they've gotten a lot of the monkeys that have been on A&M's back off of it so far, and this is another chance for them to do something they've never done in the SEC, which is win at LSU.
Yeah, there's no smoke and mirrors with Mike Elko and the way he's building this program. I know a lot of a conversation gets talked about the transfer portal and their ability to spend a lot of money, but I think they've been more selective than I think the national narrative would be. I mean, they find guys, and you're right, they could throw money at people and they could do it that way, but they wanted fit. They wanted guys that made sense. Mario Craver is somebody that they knew could fit in their offense what they were trying to do. Same thing for Casey Concepcion. They have a veteran offensive line. They have a tough-nosed defense that when they're on, they can compete with anybody, and that's from Mike Elko and his defensive style. So I think they're building a true program, and they're not trying to do this and be a one-year blip. They think that they're building something that's sustainable. They're doing really a great job on the recruiting trail. So all that is credit to Mike Elko and the staff he's put together and the program they're trying to build.
Tony, I'm wrong a lot, and one thing I was wrong on was Marcel Reed. I was not high on his ability to throw the football accurately and efficiently coming into the season, and he has proved me wrong. How surprising is it that Marcel Reed is proving himself to be a top passer in the SEC, and that is such a big reason why the Aggies are undefeated and potentially could win the SEC and make a run in the playoff?
Yeah, I think surprise is fair. I wouldn't say it's overly surprising, but just to see the development over one off season, I think that's a bit of a surprise. It's a testament to his work and his ability to kind of go out there and fix some of his mistakes he had last year and just hone in on his craft. But when you look at this team, like some of the deficiencies he had last year was personnel around him. They really didn't have a quality wide receiver group. The tight ends was very minimal in the passing game. So once you put pieces around you and you have a quarterback who understands, okay, I'm the guy now, I need to go and put the work in this offseason, and I need to find ways to be better. All of that culminates into what we're seeing now. So anybody I've ever talked to, whether it be family or coaches around him, Marcel's always viewed himself as a quarterback first. He can use his legs. He's a dynamic athlete, but he wanted to go out there and show the world that, I can stand in the pocket, I can deliver accurate passes, and I can be a quarterback that you can build around. And I think, all those boxes have been checked thus far.
We're talking with Tony Catalina, the A&M beat reporter for The Statesman, getting you set for Texas A&M and LSU right here on Fan University. It's a night game and probably where you want to be dialed into tonight. Tony, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the opponent because I've been critical of LSU and specifically Brian Kelly because I guess it's easy enough to do. He makes it easy for everybody to do that. But obviously this LSU Tiger team still very talented, and it feels like their back's up against the wall in a lot of different ways. Where they can't afford a third loss, obviously, and with Nussmeier healthy and everything else, what do you see being the biggest challenge for Texas A&M tonight against LSU?
Yeah, I think it's well said. I think Garrett Nussmeier is a talented quarterback, and when he's healthy, he's somebody who can make plays. Now, they attacked the portal themselves, and they brought in some weapons and some guys that can help them play, but it just hasn't really come to fruition in the way that a lot of people, including myself, thought it would on the offensive side of the ball. But conversely, the defense has been tough. The defense has found ways to limit people. They play really good man coverage. They have a good secondary that can match you up man to man and make things difficult for a quarterback and a receiving core. So for me, it's when you look at this team, I think that the biggest thing is can A&M, they've been able to score pretty much on everybody but Auburn. And even when they didn't score, more than 16 points against Auburn, they put up over 400 yards of offense. So this is probably statistically the best defensive unit they've played or going to play thus far this season. Can they go out there and play their brand of football? If not, I mean, LSU has a chance if they keep it low and keep the score, to a minimum. I mean, Death Valley's a funky place. Like that can be a challenge there for A&M. So just find a way to find your offense, and if LSU keeps it tight, I think it could be dangerous there.
Definitely have faith that A&M can find their offense on the road because outside Auburn, like you mentioned, they've done it all season. But in A&M's 2 road games, they've given up 40 points in both of them, 40 to Notre Dame and 42 to Arkansas. Why do you think, I mean, I know it's on the road, it's not in the friendly confines of Kyle Field, but why do you think the struggles on defense on the road for A&M have been so much more pronounced than what we've seen from them at home?
Yeah, it's fascinating because when you look at it, like you said, on the surface, it looks like, hey, they struggled to travel on the road defensively. But when I look at it, I try to dive into it a little deeper this week is, Notre Dame is a team with quality offensive weapons, 2 running backs that can really make some plays. quarterback in C.J. Carr, who was, young, but he was slinging the ball around a little bit. And when you look at Arkansas, they're top 5 in every statistical category in offense in the SEC. So I think their 2 away games were against 2 really, quality offenses. So I think when A&M looks at it, they'll tell you that they had some missteps and some miscues that kind of allowed them to struggle and to not play their best football. But I think some of that, too, you got to give credit to the opponent. I know Arkansas isn't a great football team in holistic view, but that offense can make plays. So I'll be encouraged to see what this group looks like on the road tonight, because LSU hasn't been a juggernaut offensively. They haven't really been that impressive. If A&M can kind of continue that trend, then I think we can get off of the, do they struggle on the road narrative, so to speak.
Okay, Tony, I'm going to put you on the spot because who knows if we'll talk again before the SEC championship game. I sure hope so. But will the Texas A&M Aggies be playing in Georgia in December?
I think they will be. I think this is tonight. We talk about what is at stake for LSU. We understand Brian Kelly's job in a lot of ways is, percolating there. And, 3 losses probably puts you out of the conversation in the SEC, especially with the other, parity within the conference. But if A&M finds a way to get this win, they'll hit that, ever elusive 8 wins with a game against Samford and a cupcake situation a couple of weeks down the road. So you're talking about a minimum 9-win team. A&M knows that. They know, understanding that everything they want is achievable, and it starts with tonight. So I'm thinking that they're going to find a way to win this game, whether it be tight, close, whatever the case may be. And I think they're going to find their way in the SEC championship game and into a playoff appearance.
Awesome. Tony, we appreciate it, man. Awesome stuff per usual. A deep dive on Texas A&M and LSU. We'll get you out the door. Any, pregame plans leading up to kickoff? How are you enjoying your time in Baton Rouge?
Yeah, once I'm done with this, I'm going to try to find me some Cajun food, see if I can eat some gumbo or maybe some stuff. So that's my plan in Baton Rouge right now.
I love it. We'll for sure have you on again, Fan University. Friend of the program officially at the second appearance, knocking it out of the park, as always. Tony Catalina, enjoyed that Cajun food there in Baton Rouge, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thanks, fellas.
There he goes. I'm a little bit jealous. Actually, that makes me hungry just thinking about some Cajun food, but great stuff from Tony, per usual.
It's hard to have a po' boy anywhere else after you've had it in Louisiana, and not just New Orleans. Like, I had a wonderful one in Shreveport driving through there on the way to New Orleans once before. So yeah, here in Cajun food, like, it makes me want a po' boy. I just know it's not going to be as good here as it would be in the Bayou.
It's like Detroit style pizza for me,
Yeah, it's just not the same. It's like having a Guinness here as when I've had one in Ireland. It's not the same.
Exactly. Or a tortilla.
Effect.
Yeah, a tortilla
or
here
tortilla.
instead of
the tortillas taste better in Lubbock.
Yeah, wow.
Especially when you pick them up off the field.
Yeah. I'll never forget when Baker Mayfield did that, and the highlights of that 66-59 game, him versus Pat Mahomes, 2016 came up on my Twitter feed not that long ago. And in that game, a fan pulled a tortilla out of his pants, threw it on the field. Baker caught it and took a bite. Maybe that's what powered him to all those yards that night.
Unbelievable.
You just had to bring that up.
I was just going to say, I'm going to
change that game.
You guys won the last one, so I got to keep that one.
Yeah,
I was at that game, man.
Jeez, oh, peace. Before we get into some serious verbal altercations here and virtual altercations, I should say, I know we're not in the business of the play-by-play, but 2 games that have already kicked off, Indiana and UCLA being one of them. Indiana pick 6 less than a minute into the game. They're already up 1-0. And a little ACC action, maybe upset alert. I know it's very, very early. Relax, Reetma. But Georgia Tech, who we haven't talked about a lot yet today, they're 7-0, hosting a bad Syracuse team who's 3-4. And on the opening drive, Syracuse, I believe it was the second play from scrimmage, already inside the 5, trying to punch it in. And Syracuse is a fascinating case study because they have not been good, yet their head coach is linked to a lot of potential jobs.
Fran Brown is an awesome coach.
Fran Brown, yes.
Last year in his first year with Kyle McCord, the former Ohio State quarterback, they win 10 games. They have an awesome season. Then they lose pretty much everything from that team. Every player either transfers or goes to the draft, graduates, what may have you. And this year it has been a struggle. Steve Angeli, their quarterback, had a great start to the season. Then he gets hurt, out for the rest of the year. So they win that game at Clemson early in the season, knock Clemson completely out of the polls, right? But since then, it's been a struggle with their backup. But We talk about Georgia Tech and how, no one on their schedule is ranked, right, Brendan? And, they should have an easy road until they go to Georgia, right? But look, Pat Narduzzi might have a point where some of these lower tier ACC teams might be a little more competitive than we immediately think.
Yeah, for sure. But also Georgia Tech, in the most important note of the game, going with some throwback helmets. They've got just the T logo for Tech. Yes, but I do like the gold with the white. It pops there, and I've told you the story about me sneaking onto the field at Georgia Tech. So
that's true.
I always have a
criminal REITMA.
That's right, a soft spot for Georgia Tech in my heart. But hey, let's continue a Fan University with Carter's Corner. Highlight of the program. What's coming up next?
All right, we're going to take a trip down memory lane. I have some fun audio for us, and I want to take a look at some more of these games that we might not have had enough time to fit in early in the show so far. So a lot coming up in Carter's Corner. Excited for it. Coming up next, 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say...
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
You don't come on the radio.
Carter Goodell.
He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
Lies by Gavin Dawson right there. I am indeed on the radio here. It is time for some Carter's Corner here at Fan University. Excited for another big day of games here, especially in the SEC. And for the most part, I think we've had one OU game kick off at 11 a.m. this year. So I have not had to be super distracted during our show watching my Sooners play, but they're currently tied 3-3, just kicked a field goal against Ole Miss about midway through the first quarter. So a lot of these early games kicking off, which there are definitely some interesting ones. There's some lines that I want to get into here in a little bit. But first off, I believe it was last Thursday, the 17th, or sometime last week of October, we hit 10 years since one of the most iconic moments, one of the most iconic calls of my time when I was a student in college football. So Jacob, give me cut one. I want to hear when Michigan State did this to Michigan.
Whoa, he has trouble with the snap, and the ball is free. It's picked up by Michigan State's Jalen Watts Jackson, and he scores on the last play of the game. Unbelievable.
That is one of the greatest calls in the history of college football.
It's incredible.
No one can tell me anything differently. And I remember where I was watching this.
Yep.
This was after OU had just shut out Kansas State 55-0. They took out all the rage of losing to Texas the week before on the poor Wildcats that week. And then that was the 2:30 game afterwards. Watching that live, seeing that just unfurl right in front of my eyes, unbelievable. Jake, I know you remember where you were, and you can tell us in a second. Brennan, do you remember this Michigan State game and where you were when it happened?
I was in my dorm room watching this game my freshman year of college. So, yes, I very much remember this game vividly, man. It was just one of the most wild, funky endings I've ever seen in college football. And hard to beat Sean McDonough, man, when his voice cracks. It's what makes his calls so great in college football.
So iconic. I mean, and that was one of the first moments, at least that I can remember him being on the call for a big moment like that.
And just the unlikelihood of it. Like the odds of that happening are a 0.0001% chance, and everything had to go right. And you mentioned, where were you at this time? I'll never forget it. 2015, we're reliving some memories here, but senior year, the Division II ranks, we didn't fly commercial, we didn't fly private to long away games, we bus. So the Saturday coming back after a early kickoff on the bus, what you would do, if this was before streaming, was you could sometimes get a game on your phone, but wasn't as easy as it was just finding the old radio call. So I had the legit radio call on, And Michigan State's play-by-play announcer is George Blaha, who is the Detroit Pistons play-by-play.
Blaha.
Yes, great name to be for an announcer, but legendary announcer, Hall of Famer. But when I heard this, I couldn't believe what was happening because you're listening to a game on the radio. You understand the circumstances is, okay, the team that is winning is punting the ball. It's going to be the last play of the game unless there's a punt return. Like, this game's over. And to hear, when he had trouble with the snap, you're like, oh my goodness, what is happening? And I don't remember Blaha's call exactly, but obviously going back, and you're on a bus full of college football guys, and in the state of Michigan, the Michigan State game is huge. So everybody has a connection to this game in one way or the other. And the shock, and this was if you guys remember, this was the beginning of the
Surrender Cobra. Yes.
And I think we were all surrender cobraing in unison on the bus after Michigan State somehow, some way wins that game. And Jake Butts, who now works for the Big Ten Network and was a high draft pick, is one that got injured and everything, but was on the field, broke this down specifically what happened. It was such an interesting breakdown because he's getting talked to by the defensive coordinator as a tight end because he's on their Hail Mary prevent defense for a Hail Mary in the final play of the game. But it didn't get to that because Jalen Watts-Jackson picks it up and scores. And Carter, I know you know what happened to Jalen Watts-Jackson on that play.
Yeah, that's the thing, is reading a great ESPN write-up, kind of the oral history of this whole play and what came before and afterwards, right? Like, Jalen Watts-Jackson picks the ball up, and he's looking at it like, quickly get out of bounds so maybe Michigan State can kick a field goal, but he sees there's just open field in front of him, so he takes it all the way in, scores a touchdown. Well, Jake Butt tackles him on that play, and, Michigan State scores, but Jalen Watts-Jackson dislocates his hip on that tackle. It was just the way that he got tackled, and they both fell to the ground. Hip dislocated. So if you look at the replay of this play, you can see all the Michigan State Spartans, surrounding him on the ground. We're super excited. We just won this crazy game, right? Jalen Watts-Jackson's like, get away from me. I am in pain. Like, please, do not jump on me. Do not push me. Do not touch me because I am writhing in pain right now. So he said he didn't even remember the next 2 days because he went to the hospital after this. Didn't really have his phone during that entire time. So just with the game coming, Michigan and Michigan State playing this week, being the 10-year anniversary, I thought it'd be fun to look back at that because that was just, when I was in college, we had the kick six with Auburn and Alabama. But this, I think, 100% is up there as far as like big plays that I can remember. But elsewhere here in Carter's Corner, I did want to look at some of these other games that we really haven't had a chance to talk about. And one of them is, I think, a fascinating one that might have gotten game day had Memphis not gotten, gotten UAB'd last week because UAB fired their head coach, got a little boost. They end up upsetting the Memphis Tigers last weekend. But Memphis is hosting South Florida. And if you're really looking at the group of five, landscape, I know UNT still part of the mix, as is Tulane, who we both mentioned before. But South Florida has a win over Florida. They have the big win over UNT a couple weeks ago. They look like the team to beat, but Memphis, they got a win over Arkansas, and they've looked good outside of that one UAB game for most of the season. Now, I believe South Florida is maybe a 6.5-point favorite in this game, but fellas, can I interest you at all in Memphis in an upset here, a home dog?
I love it. And Memphis, I think, is that team that we're going to have to keep an eye on because, from a North Texas perspective, there's still hopes to get back to the American League Championship.
Yep, and they most likely won't host it. A lot of things have to happen in front of them. But Brennan, do you think there's any chance that USF could stumble here?
I think there is. I thought the Memphis loss last week was really odd. It just seemed like they had the highest odds to make the playoff in terms of the group of five last week. But look, USF continues to impress me. That what they did against UNT, they showed they were just the bigger, badder dog in that game. And I think they're going to find a way to pull out this win here. The way Memphis lost last week, it was just really bizarre to a really bad team. So I like the Bulls to find a way to win here. And I do think they'll end up making the playoff in the group of five.
And for South Florida, the head coach, Alex Galesh, is getting a lot of love for potential head coaching openings. And And I know I'm not hijacking your segment doing the breaking news thing, but Sark, it was on Twitter earlier that Sark might be interested in an NFL job. So if you add Texas to the mix, that just is already what's going to be a crazy coaching carousel.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts. And I did see that Steve Sarkisian news that he would be interested in the NFL, and I just kind of filed it away in the back of my brain because we want to talk about the games that are going on here. But yeah, you talk about not just a ton of jobs opening, it's big ones. It's Florida. It's Auburn could potentially open up if Texas were to open up.
And the ones you already got open, Arkansas, Penn State, Virginia Tech.
Absolutely.
And continue with my love for the Hokies today.
Teams, look, they got the win last night, so we gotta respect them there. So we'll give them that. But yeah, just that is some crazy news. Okay, I want to go back to the the Big 12. It's always confused me. We have Big 10 with 18, Big 12 with 16, very similar names. Big 12, kind of local. We'll still say it's local at this point. Cincinnati might be the most underappreciated team in the country. I know they're ranked, but they're one of two teams in the Big 12 that do not have a conference loss. They're at home today. They are playing Baylor. They are only 3.5-point favorites in this game. Do you guys like Cincinnati at home, or do you think Baylor, with their prolific offense, might have a chance to give Cincinnati their first conference loss today? Jake, I'll start with you.
Yeah, Cincinnati is a fascinating story because Scott Satterfield deserves a ton of credit because the thought was Luke Fickell leaves and, Cincinnati's going to fall into nothingness in that power conference and that type of thing, being newer to the Big 12. But they have just taken it and ran with it. All the credit in the world to them. I think Cincinnati just keeps rolling. And I know we talk a lot about what is going to transpire into that Big 12 championship because it's going to be right in our backyard here at AT&T Stadium. We're going to, be there and everything like that. But Cincinnati, man, they play a tough brand of football and they look unbeatable.
They've looked really good, Brennan, and their offense ever since that first game against Nebraska has really picked things up.
Yeah, Brendan Sorsby is a quarterback that not enough people are talking about for sure in the Big 12. He's athletic, he can run, he can throw. He was good last year, too. They just didn't have the pieces around him, but they brought back a lot of the guys on that defense. That front is phenomenal. Look, I think Baylor is going to find a way to score some points. Sawyer Robertson, I'm still very high on. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the conference. But, yeah, Cincinnati, now I will say they have not played some of the meat that they will have to face later on in their schedule. They still got to play Utah, BYU. So there's a lot of opportunity for Cincinnati to slip here, but as a credit to them for starting 4-0. If you would have had BYU and Cincinnati both at 4-0 to start the year, leading the Big 12 at the end of October, you'd probably earn a lot of money. Not a lot of people saw that coming. So kudos to the Bearcats, but I want to see them play some stiffer competition here in the Big 12 as we get into November.
Yeah, my Baylor preseason pick to win the Big 12 is pretty much dead and gone at this point after they lost to TCU last week. But like you said, they can put up points. That's been the one good thing about that team. So this may or may not be the stiffest test that the Bearcats have had so far. And I know they played Iowa State at home and they ended up winning that by a touchdown. They won that that one by 8. But yeah, their other Big 12 games are Kansas, UCF, and Oklahoma State. So not exactly the murderer's row of Big 12 teams. But Cincinnati really, it's maybe because it's Scott Satterfield. Maybe it's because it's Cincinnati. We just don't talk about them a lot. They went to the playoff as a group of 5 team in 2021. They ran the table that year in the regular season, and I believe they beat Notre Dame on the road that season. That's kind of what propelled them into the playoffs.
Yeah, they've had a weird, going all the way back. They've just had this pipeline. Brian Kelly was at Cincinnati. There's what's his name? The guy that was at Tennessee, Butch Jones. Butch Jones was at Cincinnati. So, and it's no longer and
then Luke Fickell leaves, right?
Yeah,
Luke Fickell was great there, not so much at Wisconsin because they're like 30-point underdogs to Oregon today.
But the fact that he still has a job I think he got the old vote of confidence as well too, so that'll be interesting.
Which means he's going to get fired soon, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Can't trust that.
And then how about one more? Speaking of guys who we think might end up getting fired, let me find the line here because we've brought up Auburn earlier in the show, and they talk earlier this week Hugh Freeze confirms earlier this week that Jackson Arnold is going to continue staying their starting quarterback, even though they've just not been able to move the ball whatsoever. So Auburn's on the road at Arkansas today. So this is really a stoppable force versus a movable object kind of game. And, the opposite of, big time matchup. Both of these teams are very, very likely to make mistakes. But Arkansas is a 2.5-point home favorite. Fellas, the over-under for this game is 55.5. I'm going to give you my best bet of the week. With the weather going on out there, take the under in this game.
Oh, I love that.
Take the under in Auburn, Arkansas. I don't know what the hell's going to happen, but points are probably going to be at a premium just because some of the incompetence that both of these teams have shown. So, yeah, I didn't really have a good dismount for that. But the Auburn stuff is interesting to me because this will be the 4th or 5th straight season they won't have a winning record in the SEC, and that hasn't happened since, I believe, the 40s. That's how, you don't think of Auburn as Alabama, or you don't think of them as LSU or the team that wins the SEC a lot, but they usually have success. And just the fact that Hugh Freeze has been this bad in the SEC, it really makes it kind of surprising he's still there at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, and Arkansas has hung in there, though. I mean, to be fair, against Tennessee, against A&M, they've scored points, but you're right, offense will be tough. But it's kind of fun to see Bobby Petrino and the Hogs at least make some noise offensively and try their best to knock off some of these teams. They've been competitive, which has been surprising.
Yeah, look, Taylor Green, their quarterback, is an agent of chaos. As long as he's been there, that's how I feel. I feel about him. Anything could happen when he touches the ball.
I want Bobby Petrino to stay at Arkansas and be the next head coach. One, because we are in the business of entertainment, we're in the business of content, and he exudes all of that. And two, selfishly, I want Rhett Lashley to stay right here in Dallas at SMU. Friend of the program.
I feel like Arkansas of all schools would be the one to keep a guy like Bobby Petrino after what already happened at their school. So there you go. There's Carter's Corner.
I love it. Carter's Corner on Fan University coming up. It's a little bit of a mystery what's coming up, but we've got some really good audio on sign stealing because Lane Kiffin and Reese Davis had some really good takes on it. That's next on Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
Wooly Bully with you, just having a blast playing pro.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sign stealing. Sign stealing. Is it a problem in college football? We got some great audio on that. But I did want to remind everybody listening into Fan University. Well, first off, what a show it's been. Jake Ream alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter, who is boots on the ground getting ready for Texas Tech and Oklahoma State. Jacob Ray, our extraordinary producer on the ones and twos. But just wanted to remind everybody that we get to do this every single Saturday. Fan University, talk about every single college football game. And you guys know my spirit animal, my idol who I aspire to be like is Kenny Dillingham. And we didn't get to the Kenny Dillingham cut I had picked out in Sights and Sounds. And listen, just like we can't go full show without me talking about D2 football and playing, I don't think we can go full show without Kenny Dillingham audio.
Well, I look down at the cut sheet and I see Kenny Dillingham's last name right there on Facing Houston, which is a game we haven't gotten to talk about today.
Because that's exactly what I was going to say, Carter Freeman. I love it. You're reading my mind. Houston, let's not forget, Willie Fritz. I mean, it's a one-loss program we're talking about here. And Brendan, I'll kick it to you before we get to this Kenny Dillingham audio. The Houston Cougars were a team that Texas Tech, I mean, they took care of them.
Yeah, Houston 6-1. No one's talking about them. Unranked. The only loss was at home to Texas Tech, and I think they could have an opportunity. No Jordan Tyson for Arizona State, their top wide receiver tonight. So I do think that Houston could potentially pull off an upset or keep it close there in Tempe. Arizona State coming off a huge win against Texas Tech last week. Maybe there's a little letdown coming off such a big win against a top 10 team. So yeah, the Houston Cougars, keep an eye out on them. Willie Fritz is a program builder. He's a winner, and he's doing it again. I don't think a lot of people thought Houston would be 6-1 at this point either.
And Arizona State will be without Jordan Tyson tonight, who is the dynamic playmaker, and we'll see if Sam Levitt and the rest of that offense can create enough plays. But check this out. It is my guy, Kenny Dillingham. You know he will have his team ready to go and not overlooking the Houston Cougars.
Phenomenal. I mean, they're a 6-1 football team. You don't get 6-1. There's not many teams in college football that are 6-1. We're not 6-1, right? So there's a lot of teams that are not 6-1. This is one of them. You know, everybody wants to look at last year to try to determine success. Nobody gives a crap about last year. For us, for them, none of it matters. They're 6-1. They're a good football team. You know, they're one of the teams competing to win this league. And we got to have a great fan showing. We got to have a great showing on for us, physicality, and we got to go try to play a good football game.
God, coach talk and Kenny Dillingham, nothing fires me up more. But also calling out the fans, got to be ready to go. It's everybody. Do your part there in Tempe to keep this thing going for the Sun Devils.
It's a full team effort. And yeah, without Jordan Tyson, they're going to need the full team effort. A lot of Arizona State's offense this season has been Sam Levitt to Jordan Tyson. And there's not a lot else. I know Raleek Brown's running back. He's had a couple good games here and there for Arizona State, but so much of it has relied on that connection that they forged last year that they now have into this season. And without one of those pieces, I feel the quarterback's more important than the receiver. So whenever Sam Levitt was out, Arizona State played Utah. You saw it. They lose by 30. This I don't think will be quite the same. But Houston they're just sneaky.
Yep.
You just don't talk about them, and for being a 6-1 team, and it's because they took double overtime to beat Oregon State on the road.
I was just gonna say that.
There are a couple things, but look, they got a win over a feisty Arizona team last week they were kind of in the same spot, and Houston ended up coming out on top in that matchup. I mean, they're already bowl eligible. Willie Fritz did awesome things at Tulane, and he's seeming to do awesome things again at Houston.
That game is on Fox in the afternoon slate. But sign stealing, it's a big topic, and we've saved it to the very end of the program. And I want to get to Lane Kiffin's comments on sign stealing because, Carter Freeman, your Oklahoma Sooners and Brent Venables is one of the alleged guilty parties in this. And we're not talking about a crazy whole operation created like we were with Connor Stallions.
This
in
is
Michigan.
seeing it on the other side of the
Correct.
field and deciphering it and using it to your advantage.
But I thought what Lane Kiffin's comments were interesting because there's also an onus on the team in needing to change your signals. And I already see on the fan text here at 877-881-1053 from the 817, if your signs are getting stolen, that just means you're a lazy coach. And maybe there is some truth to that, but I thought Lane Kiffin's comments in needing to change signals were interesting.
A film study of signals. I mean, as I just tell you how it is. I think they do a great job of that. So if you study people really well, tendencies, and then you have enough confidence as a coach to go after those, that seems what he does. It seems like, they've got a really good beat on the plays that are coming when they're called, and they do a great job of going and taking those away. When you look at the Auburn game, I told Hugh after the game watching it, you might want to switch the signals. Like, it looks like they have the plays. The middle safety's running down to steal slants.
I think Lane Kiffin needs to change his signals more because OU just got a very long touchdown to potentially tie this game against Ole Miss, but I'm also of the opinion, and look, he is my school's head coach, and Venables has been accused of this going back to his time at Clemson. There were times where they would play South Carolina where South Carolina felt that Clemson was figuring out their play calls well in advance of what they were actually going to do. But yeah, it's not, as so long as you're not, having the illegal operation, filming things, going back and deciphering them later. If you notice things on the field, it's like tipping pitches in baseball. Like, right. I'm sorry, if you're doing that, if you're giving me the opportunity to figure this out and I figure it out, why would I not take that advantage?
Yeah, especially in college football where they did go to the communication to the quarterback, but there is still a lot of hand signals into the huddle. So if you're seeing that and you understand what they're trying to get into, you have every right to do that. This is not illegal. It's gamesmanship in college football. Brent Venables, if he's better at it than most coaches, good for him. That just helps OU. I don't see like this is a cheating scandal. I think Lane was making it a bigger deal than it is. And I think a lot of programs try to do this, maybe just not as well.
And Lane backtracked it a little bit. He didn't, he meant it kind of in jest. Like, it's definitely something Venables has been accused of, but it wasn't like, oh, well, it's an unfair advantage. It's,
right.
It's unbelievable that they're doing this. I think it did get a little twisted, but Venables was like, well, I just think that's a compliment.
Right. And it's not the same thing as Connor Stallions dressing up as a visiting team's coach
Central Michigan
for Central Michigan, being on the sidelines at Michigan State. Like, that was, and again, covering that story for Michigan's flagship, that was just a crazy time. But I thought, not that I don't validate my opinions when you guys agree with me, because I very much do. And it seems like we're all on the same page with that distinction. But listening to the College Game Day podcast this week with Reese Davis and Pete Thamel, I thought Reese hit it out of the park with his interpretation of sign stealing.
Outside of the most egregious, violating what is written in the rule book type things, and if you do hidden cameras or secret tapes or anything like that, okay, of course you shouldn't do that. That should be punished. But most of it falls into the category of what I'm about to say right now. If someone is stealing your signs, get better signs. If there is a runner on second base and he is picking up when your pitcher is throwing the curveball, don't get mad at the runner at second base. Hide your sign better.
See, this is why we're competition with game days, because we're giving basically the same thoughts. And the baseball, analogy, here we're on the same level.
Carter's pretty much Reese Davis at this point. So.
I just went to a different Crimson school because Reese Davis is an Alabama guy.
There you go. And I did also find it, that's, not that we're in the business of saying, hey, go listen to this college football program instead of ours. But they talked about when Venables was at Clemson, they used to call them the choir boys, because they would be assigned to go study the opposition, just members of his staff at Clemson. And they would have these big, thick notebooks that looked like hymnals, and they would be opening them and looking like a choir at church as they jotted down notes on signs, which is just hilarious. But again, as we've all acknowledged, if your signs are getting stolen, mix up your signs.
Be better. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't want to see my coach make excuses for if that's happening to my school. Like, you control your football program. You can change these things. I think you need to handle some of that yourself. And if you're going to be, and I know he's former head coach at my school, Lincoln Riley, likes to make excuses about the time and the travel with the Big Ten, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's an excuse. Like, just be better. If you're that school and you're that coach and you have that confidence in yourself, show it. Don't find ways to make excuses. I think that's bunk.
No doubt about it. That's the latest on sign stealing. We're all in agreement. No crazy verbal and virtual altercations going on, but the early slate games are well underway. Indiana's up 14-0 over UCLA. You got Ole Miss and Oklahoma in a good one already. Both teams have shown their prowess offensively. Trinidad Chambliss' jersey is already crimson because of the rain in the forecast. He must have been tackled on the Oklahoma logo because it is a wet one there in Norman. But I believe you're on your way to Norman, yeah?
Yes, I'm driving up to Norman. I will not make it in time for this game, but my buddies and I were going to watch the afternoon and the evening slate.
Look out.
So I'll be half the boots on the ground that we've got with Brennan, because Brennan, in a couple hours, we're going to see if Texas Tech can cover that 37.5 point spread.
They'll cover it, man. Yeah, ESPNU, 3 o'clock. Look for me. I'm the short little guy with the long hair on the sideline. So if you see me, shoot me a text if you're watching the game. But I will be honest, there's better games on than Texas Tech, Oklahoma State this afternoon. So watch some good football this afternoon. Maybe just check in a little bit on the Red Raiders if you can.
There you go.
But a good chance for them to bounce back after losing last week. So
good opportunity.
Little storyline to watch.
No doubt about that. Jacob Ray, I know you'll be dialed into Texas Tech and the evening slate, though. You're all in on LSU A&M?
All in on LSU and A&M, man. I kind of got, I scratched the itch with Texas watching them kind of be subpar this year. I need A&M to get knocked down a few pegs. Baylor is already under their expectations, so it's a good year for me so far.
And I can't wait for the FCS number 1 versus number 2. It's on ESPNU, which we don't need to get into all of that, but there's no cable package that gives you ESPNU, and it's not on the app either. So I'm going to have to figure out how to bootleg that game as well. But Michigan State is the NBC Peacock Big Ten game tonight. And it's 14.5 point spread, but it's a rivalry game. Anything can happen in those. But hey, your Saturday is going to be full of college football. We thank you for joining us on Fan University. It's your college football pregame show right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Fan After Dark. Fred and Blake are coming up next. For our producer, Jacob Ray, boots on the ground in Lubbock, Texas, Brennan Baxter, and the OU grad heading to Norman himself, Carter Freeman. My name is Jake Rietma. Thanks so much for tuning in to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
That's what was he thought of. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, green, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but you know, this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You glad to have each and every one of you on board on another overcast Saturday here in the Metroplex. I am Fred Davis. This is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon, feeling real fallish outside, if I do say so myself. We've got losing Kansas football on, so it's definitely feeling fallish for yours truly, as stop me if you've heard this before, Lance Leipold and company stumble out of the gate and are losing another big game. But hopefully whatever program you are a fan of, maybe your high school team won last night, maybe you're a Wildcat, maybe you're a Boomer Sooner, like one Mr. Carter Freeman, even though they're not up at 10 right now with Ole Miss. Maybe you're a North Texas guy. And Drew Mestamaker threw for what, 608 yards? This kid's a walk-on, for crying out loud. Whatever he is, we know this much. He wasn't a quarterback in high school. Relate to what?
608 yards.
I mean, what? But relate to being in a
record.
Conference that no one's ever heard of before?
No one's ever heard of it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are behind Tulane, bro. Like, I don't want
Kansas,
to hear.
Kansas in the Big 12 and gets whooped every week.
Mestamaker was before the season started.
Nobody did.
No, real ball knowers.
No, they didn't.
You're not a North Texas. Quit jumping on this North Texas bandwagon. You don't even know any North Texas gear.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. I've never
I do.
seen you wear it. See, here's the difference between you and I. For as much as you bash my school, guess what I'm wearing today?
Because you're 40.
Guess what I'm wearing today?
You're 40.
Oh, he's 22. He's always wearing Texas Tech gear, so what's your excuse?
I don't care.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You're wearing a Texas Tech hat.
Yeah, they don't deserve my jersey today after the loss last week.
I'm
done with both of you.
But see,
okay, I don't want to hear it.
But see, do you see me wearing a bunch of other college gear 24/7? I'm not a college gear guy. Doesn't mean I can't
Yeah, but
support.
you have worn other college gear.
My first
so
thing
you know what? You don't get to clown
Just
and bash
because you love Kansas.
your little ragtag ass school with its
54-20. 54-20.
Okay, you beat Charlotte.
54-20.
Who's 1-7, bro? I don't want to hear it.
Has Jalen Daniels ever thrown over 300 yards?
Beat a real school.
Has Jalen Daniels
beat a real school?
Can we pull up the Jalen Daniels stats of him?
Pull it up.
Throwing over
Pull
400
it up.
yards.
We're in a power conference. We're in a power conference. Oh, by the way, the number 1 NBA draft pick played last night wearing a KU shirt. Okay, so get out of my face. You guys even play basketball? Yeah, that's what I thought. Exactly.
You're right.
That's what I thought.
Kansas basketball is so good. They're just elite. Football, basketball.
I know this guy's not talking. I know this guy's not talking.
UNT basketball is better than Kansas basketball.
Who you guys? Who sponsors your program anyway?
This is the problem. Chiefs fan, Jayhawk fan. What have we done? We're in the conference.
What are you guys sponsored by? XJ900?
Doesn't care what they're
Payless?
doing now, but
where can I buy North Texas gear at?
What's our history? What's our
Goodwill?
history? What's our history?
Like, are you going to be a Florida fan whenever Drew Messamaker follows Lane Kiffin over there?
Drew Messamaker is going to leave after this year. I told that to Fred on the phone. I'm very aware of what UNT is. One and done, trampoline, jump start, Chandler Morris at Virginia. I get it. I'm aware that we're not some huge school. But you know what we do? We got grit. And we go out there and ball. Kansas is all tradition. Nobody cares. Nothing's happening right now at KU. Everything's happening at North Texas right now, baby.
Are you done?
Everything's happening at North Texas right now.
Are you done?
You heard
Please,
me.
For the love of God.
I don't need to be
shut
done.
up.
You know who the better school is.
Just stop.
Joe Mean Green. Dr. Phil.
Yeah, you could use some Dr. Phil after this. Anyway.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Anyway,
yeah,
are you
Wilt
done?
Chamberlain from the BC.
Oh my
from
God!
BC.
Shut up, please.
From BC.
For the love of God. Anyway, program has started. It is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. We've got college football going on. We just followed up with Fan University, who gave us 3 hours of college football talk, and you're going to get a little bit of it here today. We talked to our boy Ben Troop yesterday. You've got a Florida team that's in flux. You've got Texas A&M with a big game today. UT, who's UT playing today? Are they off today?
Say again, sorry.
UT.
I'm pretty sure they're playing Mississippi
They
State.
played Mississippi State? All right, so UT should get a win today, right? We've got a big Mizzou-Vandy game. That's going down at 2:30, following us up today. So there's plenty of good college football. You've got a big A&M plays LSU today. That's at 6:30 game. So that's one of those games where if you're LSU should lose, or so let's put it this way. If you're Texas A&M and you're trying to get to the college football playoff, it's a good win if you can beat LSU, right? Now, I mean, look, we all know that LSU is for whatever reason, and Brian Broaddus can tell you this all day long, your boy Garrett Nussmeier has not looked good this year. Now, rumor has it Homeboy's got a shoulder injury, so whatever's going on with him. But for as good as he looked last year, he has not looked apart this year. And apparently, Brian Kelly's been there, 3, maybe 4 years? And they're already talking about that if they lose today, is he on the hot seat and Homeboy's got like a $40-45 million buyout?
They love college football loves firing coaches, man.
Bro, it's insane. I mean, I'm telling you what right now. Are we going to get to the point with some of these bigger schools where it's like, look.
Wait, was Fred talking mess about KU?
Yeah,
and they're
we're
getting
losing.
smacked 21-7? I hadn't even looked to my right.
I started to
look to my right.
I started the show off with that. See? So you know what? Part of me, it's going to take me. It's going to be real hard for me not to take
Avery Johnson with his long hair is beating KU 21-7. Oh my! Okay, continue.
Well,
I'm sorry. I didn't look. I didn't see.
Well, see, since you didn't listen when the show started, I brought up that when I started the show up.
Still a fact. Whether you said it at the beginning or not, it's still a fact.
Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, Fred's mad. Fred's pouting. Kansas is losing and Fred's pouting. Are the Chiefs going to lose too? Is this how you're going to act if the Chiefs are losing?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you going to pout if the Chiefs are losing?
See, I've already said all this, Blake.
Okay, because you said it, I mean, it's not a fact just because I say it. Cool, you said it at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, when you weren't here. So go ahead and say something else.
Oh, don't be mad, Freddie.
No,
don't pout.
I've already said
pout.
I'm not pouting.
You're pouting.
Go ahead, talk.
You're pouting right now. Anyways, go Mean Green. Preach, Blake. UNT has 15K more students enrolled in Kansas. Shut up, Fred. You're not in Kansas anymore. Welcome to the real world. 904 Fred, I'm a UT fan. You're way too confident in us beating Mississippi State. 817, I'm a Longhorn fan. I don't wear any other college gear no matter how. Grit never won jack. It's all Texas over here. Nobody cares. From the 682. 469, KU sucks. 972, Blake, did you figure out who Monica L is? I did. I did some research and I figured out who Monica Lewinsky is, and I do not want to be her for Halloween. I didn't know who that was on the program yesterday. I did some research. Apparently, I don't want to be Monica Lewinsky. I will say my mom said she was going to drop off some Halloween costumes. I don't know if Monica Lewinsky is one of them, but I have to look at the package at my house to see the Halloween costumes my mom dropped off for me.
I don't think you want to. No, you don't need to be Monica Lewinsky.
Next tech from the 856, you guys sound like an old married couple. I would never marry Fred. Too brute. Need someone a little more emotional. 972 Goming Green, tell Fred to hop on. I've been trying to. One of these days, Fred's going to realize the better school is UNT, and he's going to go, Blake.
God, are we done? I mean, how much more can we talk about UNT, for Christ's sake?
We
Seriously.
got a big win. We can't be happy.
Really? We're calling a big win over 1-6 Charlotte.
I don't care about the team.
Okay.
I don't care about the team, Fred. I still have to be happy that my team won.
Not. Yeah, and I heard it.
And we broke a record.
I heard it. Great.
If Jalen Daniels broke a record, would you not be saying it? I didn't say we're winning the national championship, Fred. I'm not delusional.
Okay, great.
I'm just happy for my team getting a big win. We had a letdown the week before at USF.
I'm happy for
everybody made fun of us, you included. And now that we win a big game and we break school records, I don't care. It's UNT. I got to find a win somewhere with my Fighting Mean Green. We're not the biggest school in the world, but we're proud.
Yeah, I'm happy for you.
There's not a bunch of heritage, but we're proud.
I get it.
Okay, let's see. What's another text that we've gotten? By the way, Dr. Phil, that's the best you can come up with? When is Dr. Phil a slight now? Now I'm finna direct
that's disrespectful.
to Fred. I'm getting it away from Fred, going to the texter from the 817. I know we're not going to slight Dr. Phil, maybe one of the greatest doctors on television.
I mean, look.
What are we doing? Are we sane?
Even I will not tolerate Dr. Phil slander here on this program. We can fight all day about UNT Kansas. One thing I will not tolerate is Dr. Phil slander.
Like, who's hating on Dr. Phil or his popularity, even if you don't like him?
First of all, not only did he go to UNT, but there's actually some synergy here between Blake and I when it comes to Dr. Phil.
We went on the show together.
I would love to have Dr. Phil on the show. Dr. Phil got his start as a psychiatrist or psychologist, whatever the hell he is, in Topeka, Kansas.
So there you go.
Okay, so 6 degrees of Dr. Phil. There are plenty of things that Blake and I don't agree on. One thing we do agree on is we will not tolerate Dr. Phil slander, who apparently he's got a huge production company here in Dallas.
There's what's the guy? There's a very popular comedian that dresses up as him and does this comedy. Adam Ray. And it's almost made Dr. Phil more popular because he does the Dr. Phil like almost every time he goes viral. I see him in the Dr. Phil outfit.
And his Dr. Phil impersonation is spot on. Plus, Dr. Phil gave us what might be one of the greatest characters of all time, Catch Me Outside. How about that?
Yep. Shout out to Bad Baby, who now does OnlyFans.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
That was kind of weird. Not that she does OnlyFans, whatever. Make your money.
What?
All
Catch
for
Me
it.
Outside. How about that?
No. The fact that guys were subscribing to her at 18. Like, she was underage, and there's a bunch of behind the scenes
Are you
stuff
surprised, though?
She was like teasing it, too. It was like she was like 16 and a half.
She was like 1.5 years, so I start my OnlyFans. And there was guys like in the chat rooms waiting while she was 16, 17.
Look.
And then when she turned 18, she made like $2 million in like an hour.
Are we surprised, unfortunately?
I'm disappointed in society.
I mean, there's a lot more to be disappointed about.
Is there not beautiful girls all around the world that are like 24 and up that have adult content? And if you want to subscribe
there's
to
probably women my age that
but like you could, but I'm just saying, like, you could subscribe to that. Why are we preying on an 18-year-old girl when there's so many beautiful women, if you want to get into that do that for a profession? It just feels bad because Hollywood's grooming them.
It's a very open-ended question. I don't know if we have enough time in the program today.
Hollywood's grooming them. And I'll say this. Obviously, I don't know these people personally, so I don't feel bad saying this. There was a bunch of actors, celebrities, sports people that were, let's just say, having inappropriate relationships with her before she was 18. That's pretty public knowledge. Not breaking any news.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a sick world that we live in. Look, I'll be honest with you. I knew as soon as this game started, when I saw that we were wearing this uniform combination, that we were in trouble. Okay? I have been in a bad mood since this game started. Okay?
Is this true, Jake?
Yeah, he came in fired up.
Okay? I've been in a bad mood, and you coming in and then roasting me over how poor this program is right now.
I truly, before I started, I had no idea what the game score was.
Yeah, no, I am beyond irritated right now.
Like, the way that you were saying, I thought they were winning a bunch. That's why when I looked, I thought they were like 28-0.
I didn't want to hear it because I'd already admitted when I started the show that I hope whoever's listening today out in the DFW that your team's doing better than my team right now. And then you came in screaming at the top of your lungs. Because I already gave you your due for North Texas this morning. I gave you your love for North Texas this morning. So I thought we were copacetic on that. Then I have to hear him roast me in front of the entire DFW Metroplex after I've already done my mea culpa for how miserable this football program is.
If it makes you feel better, UNT played terrible in the first half as well.
But you won. Like
no,
that's
I mean,
look, I'll take. But see, you know me. I'm a big uniform guy.
You're a big uniform.
I'm a big uniform.
These uniforms
guy.
are not it.
They're terrible. They're awful.
Has red pants with red tights ever looked good?
Ever looked good? No. And I was sitting there this morning. I journaled for an hour, for Christ's sake.
Jalen Daniels just threw a hospital ball.
Of course he did. It was funny. I texted my son this morning as we were talking, as I was driving in about the game, and I said, look, just give it time. He'll fumble in a clutch moment. 4th down, what does he do? Fumbles in a clutch moment. I said, what did I tell you? And, of course, my son asked me for $20. Point was, that's what being a KU football fan is like. And, you know, I've really, fortunately, my son has caught all my strays so far, because otherwise I'd be tweeting it all out. So, yes, do I sound like a 4-year-old, as one texter pointed out? Fred sounds like a 4-year-old who's had his tablet taken away. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I'm a race car in the red this morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I've made it very clear on this program. There's only 2 things I get emotional about when it comes to my sports fandom. It's the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas Jayhawks. Those are the only 2 teams I get emotional about in any way, shape, or form. And I have been emotional about this KU team as I've driven in to the radio show this morning. But we're behind it.
Can we make a truce right here?
Done.
You don't even know what I'm about to say. What the truce is?
I'm here for it.
I want you to visit UNT and I'll visit KU.
I will. You know what? That. And look, I don't have. Let me make it clear. I have nothing but love for UNT. Okay, I have no issue. I'm 20 minutes from Denton and the UNT campus. I'm angry this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm angry this morning. Now, that being said, KU basketball looks legit. Yeah. Okay, Darren Peterson is him. And you know what? The Mavericks might end up with Darren Peterson. Okay, this team could very well be 0-82. All right, it's a bet right now. I mean, outside of my Darren Peterson KU basketball love, my sports takes are on not on solid ground. Okay, my KU football team sucks. The Mavericks look horrific.
I remember seeing a tweet. It said, there's nothing worse than your sports teams being bad, because when you're trying to talk ball with your friends, they just go, well, your team's terrible.
Your team's awful. Like, what do you know? And we have been, and I've been saying, look, don't worry. No Luka, no problem. This team's going to be just fine.
Luka's dropping 50 a game.
He's averaging 46 a game. Now, granted, we're only 2 games in, so let's not get too carried away.
First player ever with back-to-back 40 balls to open the season.
He looks every bit the part of the,
Mavs are struggling to score 100 on the Wizards.
See, they can't. I mean, they're worst in the NBA right now. They're averaging 95.5 points per 100 possessions or whatever it is.
They're dead last.
Their efficiency's awful. And I'll tell you what, you said something. We were talking earlier this morning.
I said a lot of things.
No, you did. But one thing that caught my attention, I'll tell you what, we'll talk about it when we come back. We'll get to your text messages and more. 877-881-1053. It's just as awful as your take that Cooper Flagg's going to be better than Luke. I said he could be. Okay, let's get carried away. He could be. That said, there's still a lot of basketball left. Let's not lump Cooper Flagg in with how awful this basketball team has looked.
I think it is kind of separate. I think it's 2 separate things.
Look, 2 things can be true at the same time. Has he gotten off to a rough start? 100%. Did he show flashes last night?
He did.
Okay, this dude is going to be legit. Yeah. On the flip side of that, Jason Kidd and this coaching staff are doing him zero favors.
I think Jason Kidd is. I got to take about Jason Kidd on.
Okay, I want to hear your take on Jason Kidd. And there were 2 responses yesterday, and especially because I thought about it last night, because I read all the post game comments from AD, from Clay, and from everybody else last night. But 2 things stood out to me. We're going to hear from Blake and get his thoughts on what he's seen so far through 2 games, and we will continue to roast my Kansas Jayhawk football team. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere.
Tolo means turn it.
Uber Eats has a Burger product. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course it's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Flag is to me is Jason Tatum. And I think, can he be better and more athletic? Yes. I just think he's more on that trajectory than Luka. I'm gonna average. Do you ever see a stretch where Cooper Flagg's dropping 40 a game for a week straight?
I don't. Here's the thing: we don't know.
Yeah.
The fact that he's 18 years old and we're making these bold proclamations about what this kid can and can't do. Like, he scored 18 last night on what might be one of the most dysfunctional, scuffling basketball teams.
Isn't that sad?
In the NBA that we don't even realize.
I went on a rant yesterday after you left with Trevor, and I said, what did we say all offseason? Every smart person, this is the best situation a number one pick has ever been drafted into. The best.
One of the better ones, yeah.
For basketball, can we name a better situation?
Tim Duncan.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Second best situation.
But I mean, yes. I mean, long time coming, yes.
And it's looked anything but. Jason,
I mean, you could argue maybe Wembanyama just because you trust the Spurs support system.
But the pieces around him, there was a bunch of scuffling players that were on trade deadline. Everyone was trying to get traded off that team. You had a bunch of young guys. Because think about it, you didn't have Stephon Castle there yet. You didn't have Harper.
No.
Sohan was terrible. You didn't have any of the Chris Paul. I think he got brought there his second year.
No, I think it was the second year there.
You had no De'Aaron Fox. Like, all the pieces that we like now, they weren't there when Wemby was first drafted.
I guess what I'm saying is that you just trusted that the Spurs
People
would
trusted the
know
Mavs.
what to do.
This is a team that was in the finals. Like, this isn't a team that's been to the lottery every year.
I don't know, though. Do they trust the Mavs?
I'm just saying.
I'm starting to think people don't anymore.
And that might be the overwhelming now, but just going into it, someone said Magic Johnson to the Lakers, decent point as well. But this was.
But you got to go in the Wayback Machine for all these.
This was supposed to be seamless.
It really was.
This was supposed to be Cooper Flag can score 12 a game and his team's still going to be in the playoffs. Like, they got AD, mind you, Kyrie's hurt. You got Klay Thompson.
You
the
can't
best
run this
center
offense
rotation. This offense
is brutal.
Looks brutal, stagnant. For anyone that missed the stat that we said earlier, and if you haven't seen it circulating on social media, the Dallas Mavericks have the worst offensive rating through 2 games at a 95 per 100 possessions. And if you're wondering, Blake,
okay, dope sick.
Is that good? The next best team or next worst team, 29th in the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks have a 107 rating. You're at a 95. So it's not even like you're even close to even getting out of last place. And mind you, you have played 2 teams that did not make the play-in. The Wizards, who had 18 wins last year, and the San Antonio Spurs. Now, the Spurs, I'll give you a break. Wemby might be the MVP and might be Defensive Player of the Year in the next generation of basketball. And if you lose by 10, whatever, you got blown out.
33.
You got belt
and
to
that game
ass.
was over mid-third quarter.
From pretty much halftime on, you got belt to ass by the Spurs. Okay.
You had Wembanyama doing things that like longtime NBA people had never seen before.
First game, okay. Wemby's great. Wizards at home, you should smoke them by 15 plus.
Got to beat them by at least double digits.
And you are not in control at any point in the game outside of the first quarter. You make a little run in the fourth.
Got it down to within 4.
And fun fact, guess who was not on the floor for that run at the beginning of the fourth?
AD.
Now he comes in and they go on a little run, and then they go on a spurt where they're down 4 points, and these are the next 4 possessions. You have AD missing a bunny. Then you have Cooper Flagg, remember, makes the dunk, puts his feet on the rim, is aura farming, and nobody gets back on defense.
Nobody.
Cody Kispert catches the ball, hits a 3, and is fouled on the 3. And I'm going to ask new guy Jake, because I don't know if he saw this play. Who do you think fouled Cody Kispert on the 3 for the N1 out of all the players on the court? Just name anybody. Who do you think fouled him?
I'm going to go with my guy, Ryan Nembhard.
I wish it was Ryan Nembhard. It was Cooper Flagg, the same guy that I said was aura farming and putting his legs on top of the rim after the dunk.
I'm not going to say he was aura farming.
On the drive?
On the drive. He's the one. I'm saying, I'm making fun of, like, he was down on the rim.
Oh, yeah,
no.
He's hanging upside down, has to run back and then foul the guy on defense.
Runs back and fouls the guy on the transition bucket because nobody gets back on defense. So then, boom, that's 4 points. Next play.
The crowd was rocking after that, too. I mean, the crowd got into it after that dunk, too.
Did. Next play, P.J. Washington dribbles off his foot. Next play, Anthony Davis gets a rebound. I know you guys saw this clip on Twitter. Cooper Flagg's asking for the ball in the backcourt. Anthony Davis holds it for 6 seconds, finally throws it to Cooper Flagg. Then a defender is with him in the backcourt.
Knocks him out of bounds, right?
Knocks him out of bounds. Anthony Davis is standing there staring at Cooper Flagg, asking for the ball, and he's like, oh, it's whatever. So a 4-point deficit turns into 9 points in half a second. Wizards are up now 9 with the last 2-3 minutes, and they end up winning the game. Those are mental mistakes that cannot happen. We can talk all day long about, hey, the offense and the half court and Kyrie.
The defense, the concept idea that was supposed to make you different, right? The part of the reason why you got rid of Luka, defense wins championships, and you've looked atrocious. We'll let the San Antonio game slide. All right,
we'll let by 30, but.
And we shouldn't even let it slide, but you know what? Whatever. Wembanyama's a freak. What do you have, 9 blocks last night? Although he did get posterized by, every now and again Zion does remind you,
that's how you draft Zion. You need him to be able to poster.
But can he do it for a season? Yeah. Anyway, you let Keyshawn George, who Blake and I both figured out last night is not Keontae, and went to the U, a.k.a. Miami. Career night last night. You let Keyshawn George have a career night last night. You lose by double. Did you end up losing by double? Yeah, I think it was 117-107 was the final score.
117-107.
To the Washington Wizards. Again, a team that, and we just talked to Denton Day earlier this week, or last week, remember, because we were talking to him about the Commanders, and we asked him, hey, what's up with this Wizards team? And he's like, yeah, nobody knows.
Should we investigate the Mavs? What a start to the NBA season. We got 50 balls happening,
insane.
40 balls. We got double overtime games.
By the way,
Rico gambling.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, though. Chauncey Billups' lawyer has just put out a statement. And in case you guys have been living in a cave the last 24 to 48 hours, Chauncey Billups obviously arrested for the poker game. I'll tell you what, we got to listen. Have you heard Wendy talking about this too, by the way?
I saw the clip. I haven't listened to it, but I saw him go on a rant for 2 minutes. It's got 5 million impressions.
Wendy's on one. I'll tell you what. I know that's not your BFF by any means, but I like his stance on this this gambling issue. Quote, anyone who knows Chauncey Billups knows he is a man of integrity. Men of integrity do not cheat and defraud others. To believe that Chauncey Billups did what the federal government is accusing him of is to believe that he would risk his Hall of Fame legacy, his reputation, and his freedom. He would not jeopardize those things for anything, let alone a card game. Furthermore, Chauncey Billups has never and would never gamble on basketball games, provide insider information, or sacrifice the trust of his team and the league, as it would tarnish the game he has devoted his entire life to. Chauncey Billups has never backed down. He does not plan to do so now. He will fight these allegations with the same tenacity that marked his 28-year career. We look forward to our day in court. Chris Haywood, attorney for Chauncey Billups.
Well, that's very nice.
I'm here
PR
for it.
Friendly.
I'm here for it.
It's not true at all, but I appreciate the message.
No,
Shout out to him.
I disagree.
Yeah, he's guilty.
Based off what?
Cash Patel.
Dude,
He got on that
Cash
microphone.
Patel. I tell you what, when Cash Patel can pass a eye exam, then I'll believe whether or not Chauncey Billups
He got on that mic
is
and
guilty.
It said Chauncey and Terry and David Jones, they're going down.
Man,
I don't want to hear nothing about the
tell you what,
Epstein
release
files.
the Epstein files, Cash. False flag, as far as I'm concerned. There's just, and I'll tell you what, Wendy said this, and I'm paraphrasing here a little bit. Said that, look, this scandal's not going to rock the NBA like people think it is.
I think it will. I think there's a lot more names to be uncovered.
That's if that happens.
There's no way it was just Chauncey and Terry Rozier, and they're the only culprits. Because how many guys do you think in college or professional sports are in gambling debt and they have to go to these loan sharks or go to these mafia members? How many guys do you think are?
Well, no, college guys, yes.
We see the guys. People got friends that they went to high school with.
Yeah.
Hey man, I don't think Pajimski's gonna play much in the second half. I take us under. Just slight little information.
Yeah.
Some Pajimski unders get hit. Hey, man, I know you were betting on us winning next week at Texas, but I think our left tackle's going to be out.
Well, look, and you know that's that's happening now.
That's happening now.
Yeah.
And so you start doing these investigations. It's very important when it starts happening to coaches, and they're pulling players from games and ruining people's lives because money's being bet on this. And we know millions of dollars are being bet on spreads and who's going to win games, and people do research. And when something like a Chauncey Billups just pulls his guys, I think there's a lot more to be uncovered. And when sports got in bed with these betting companies, we knew this was going to happen.
Everything.
We knew this was going to happen.
Changed everything.
But it's not just as simple as the teams.
Part of me just, do I want to see? I grew up watching Chauncey Billups, right? I'm a Chauncey Billups guy. I've watched Chauncey Billups since he was at Colorado. Like he's Mr. Big Shot, for crying out loud. There's this visceral. You can't tell me that's Chauncey. Terry Rozier, who cares? Okay, I'm not and I think that's where that's where the emotion gets into it, right? And I'll tell you what, I owe a huge apology to all the Luka fans out there who were still mad at the Mavericks, and I told everybody to get over it. I get it because there's something about sports that we unconditionally love no matter what, right? It doesn't matter what it is. There's just something about sports, whatever your team, whatever your affiliation is that when life sucks, when your girlfriend, your wife, your kids, whatever, your job,
they cheat on you,
if things are going awry, if I can just take 2.5 hours of my day, night, whatever, and just be left alone,
smile,
watch my team, they win, lose, or whatever, whether it's with your dad, your boys, your son, your kids, your friend, whatever, strangers at the bar, you bond over that time.
And think about what Luka did over the years.
And Luka brought people, and whether it's Luka, whether it's Chauncey Billups, whatever, whether it's miserable KU football, it brings you peace. And so when that's ruptured, when that's taken away from you, yes, there is an emotional gambit that goes with that, right? And so I get it. And for me, it was easy to kind of go ahead and poo-poo on it. So it's look, I like Luke. I can respect it. But it's I didn't have that emotional attachment to it like a lot of folks here did. And then after watching what he's doing in L.A., watching what's going on with this Maverick team and seeing that obviously there was more dysfunction underneath it all that I think even you and I realize. And I think the average fan realizes, right? And maybe, just maybe, with everything that's going on in the NBA right now, with the gambling, with the Luka Doncic stuff, that suddenly there is a hell of a lot more going on with this NBA than even we realize. What are you saying, by the way? I saw you mumbling something over there. What do you go ahead? Let's tell it.
I just think this is a big moment. This is a moment in Fan After Dark history. This is monumental.
Me losing my mind over KU football and having you. Sometimes you need a friend that doesn't tell you what you want to hear. You need friends that tell you what you need to hear. Okay? And even in Blake's just raw, obnoxious style sometimes.
Heavy on the raw.
I didn't want to hear about my KU Jayhawks after I'd already said that they're terrible. But no, Blake comes in swashbuckling, loud, not listening to even the slightest bit of radio on the way in, and then just slaps me around for 3 minutes straight after I'd already said, I know.
I Monica Lewinsky'd you.
No, you didn't. No.
Is that the right way to use it?
No, in fact, I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me. You said you studied and you researched it, but that comment alone tells me that you didn't. Okay? That comment right there tells me that you didn't. Because if you knew what Monica Lewinsky did, you wouldn't say that.
Well, all I'll say
from one
is
man to another.
My mom just texted me. She said that's the best thing Fred has ever said on the radio station. Is the last 3 minutes of what you just said. She said I'm now a fatty now.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mama Kim. And please tell your son after the show's over, explain to him in detail, as only a mother can do, what exactly Monica Lewinsky did, so that he gets the full Monty of what went down.
What does Monty mean?
Just a full breakdown. Just a full.
Why'd you use the word Monty then?
It's like a slang term, the full Monty.
Oh, is that a slang? Slang that you guys are using now? Text in if that was your favorite Fred segment ever. He just said he understands why we are attached to Luka. It doesn't help that he's dropping 40 balls and the Mavs literally can't put the ball in the bucket. And he makes it look so easy.
I understand the emotional, you know what I'm saying?
And he's an emotional player. He's screaming and yelling, took us to the finals for the first time since Dirk, had us always viable, and now we're having to be like, all of our faith is in Anthony Davis, for better or worse. I mean, at the end of the day, Cooper Flagg's great. He's not carrying his team on his back to the finals, I don't think. Like, this team is going to go as far as Anthony Davis takes them. And right now, that's not looking good because you want to know what their win trajectory is with how they're playing?
Ain't good.
1.5 wins for the season.
I saw that. Now, granted, they're going to win more than a game and a half, but it doesn't feel
or
good.
Will they?
By the way, shout out to Takeo Spikes, who is doing TV on Fox. Put some respect on Takeo Spikes' name. Takeo Spikes was an absolute tackle monster back in the day. I'll say this, and this is why I think I'll get you out of here with this. There's a difference when you get attached to college players because they're there for a short time, and then you can follow them through their NBA or NFL or whatever career. NFL or whatever your professional team is, that's a little bit different deal. Right, because ideally you're going to follow them throughout and they're going to, especially if they're great and if they're generational, and again, I hate the term generational because it's been bastardized so much, but let's call it what it is. Luka is a generational talent. Yeah, that was the second.
Did that one make you? Is that one?
So that play there,
I could see you flipping out.
Okay, so what happened was I was texting with Zave, and that was the play that irritated me the most because I called that. I said, just wait, he's going to do something stupid and fumble the ball in a clutch moment. And then literally, as soon as I texted that, he did that. But again, with college people, you can move on from them. But when you've got a pro guy, it's like, okay, it's a different story. I didn't get my first real, like, oh, my God, professional athlete that I was like, this is the greatest guy ever until Pat Mahomes. But I was a grown man by then. So it's like, hey, it's cool, and it's just fun to watch as an adult. But when you have that, when it's in your city, when you're in the throes of it, like a Luka, and it just changes, especially, and look, Maverick fans have been uber spoiled in the sense that you've had two back-to-back talents
from Europe
that you've been, well, not just from Europe, but just that you've been able to, like, hey, look, I mean, this is the guy that's my guy. That's who we're building around. Like, you go into every game with, like, hey, we got Dirk, we got a chance. We got Luka, we got a chance. Now it's like we've got AD.
We got Max Christie.
Coming up next. Your text messages and more. You had a Jason Kidd take. Have you given it yet?
I didn't, but
let's do it next.
I'll do it next.
Let's do it next. Don't go anywhere.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. The Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free your hair a little bit.
come out now too?
Can everybody listening right now just take a moment, 5 seconds out of your day, and just say, "I'm grateful I'm alive."
I'm grateful I'm alive.
I have
Even if I
ears.
have to watch this.
I have ears and mouth where I can. I mean, maybe some of you guys don't have ears and a mouth, but I do, and Fred does, and so does Jake. And we can.
You think there's people listening right now to the show that don't have an ear or a mouth?
Maybe one or the
or
other.
some combination thereof.
It's possible.
You know, I went to high school with a girl that was missing an ear.
See, and
she was born that way. Though
I saw a guy on TV that didn't have a mouth.
Was it like a hole in her head, or did she have like a just, was it just kind of...
No, it was just kind of,
closed up, though.
It was closed up, yes.
That'd be scary if it was open.
Just see right into their brain.
Is that what would happen? If someone had their eye socket
No,
gone?
I mean, technically your ear's open now. I mean, it's like, it's like
I'm thinking of an eyeball. I don't know why. I'm thinking of not having an eye.
I mean, you get the ear canal. I think that's what it's
So
called.
if you didn't have an eyeball, would we see right into your brain? Is that how it works? Anybody know?
I don't think you'd see into your brain, no, because I think you got to look up, whereas in your eyeball.
So would you just see hollow? Would you just see black?
Yeah, I think you would just see the back of
your skull.
Well, I don't know about the back of your skull, but the back of your...
There's no membranes or wires going on in there?
Like direct... I mean, I'm guessing
Directly behind the
immediately,
eye
like,
socket?
if it initially happened, like right now, if like one of our eyeballs just popped out, I mean, there'd be a lot of grossness. And I think after a while, it would hollow itself out.
Okay, what's one, and then I'll get into my Jason Kidd take. What's one body part on your face that you would take off? You have to take off something. Mouth, nose, eyes, or ears.
There you go with your...
Take out one.
Crazy hypothetical.
And I'll give you my Jason Kidd take.
And
why?
I mean, I'd probably just go ahead and get rid of one of... I don't know that I'd want to get rid of one of my ears.
Okay, Van Gogh.
Can you drive with just one eyeball? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Why would you pick an eyeball to take off? That's like the last thing I've taken off is one of my eyes.
Okay, what are you taking off then?
My nose.
Okay, well, yeah.
Going Voldemort.
Guess how that... If you want to...
Because I know a lot of people without a sense of smell. Like, there's people in my circle that don't have a sense
I'm
of smell.
removing your nose from your face. You are going to have no... You're going to look like the
Voldemort.
whoever the hell he is. Who's that? There's a Walter Goggins character where he has no nose.
Just look up Voldemort. That's literally an exact representation of no nose.
Okay, well, that's... Like I said, at least with an eye...
You're going to one eye?
I can still see with the other one.
You're gonna be.
I can wear a. You're gonna have no nose. How more freakish? I can put in a fake eyeball. You can put a fake nose?
No, in this hypothetical, you can't put any prosthetics.
Oh, so I'm just walking around. Hey, just one empty eye.
And
I can't wear a patch. Can I wear a patch?
No,
I can't wear a patch.
No. And it's not closed up.
So so it's either, do you want an empty nose hole or an empty eye hole? That's what you're asking.
Correct.
Give me the empty eye hole.
Jake?
Yeah, I'm
nose as well.
I'm probably nose, yeah.
Okay. All right.
But like would I just like sew it? Would I like still have
flat.
like just the two holes in my face?
Just one big hole in the middle of your face.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking flat. There's not even a canal.
Well, what do you mean there's no canal?
It'd be like just like chop your nose off.
No, your whole What do you think's behind your nose? You think you got some 2x4 sitting behind your nose? Yeah, there's gonna be a hole, man. All right, go ahead.
Blake's brain's
like
behind
I
his
said,
nose.
go ahead.
It's only behind my nose.
I'm telling you right now, you guys will look like a couple of freak shows if you take care of your
Cyclops.
nose. It's not like my right eye goes to the middle of my forehead. My other eye's still gonna be there.
I'm surprised nobody said ear. Nobody said no ear.
Interesting enough, you're not wrong about that.
That helps with directional. That would be if you had one ear, your directions would be all over the
It's
place.
like balance too, right?
Yeah, your balance with one ear. None of us said mouth. I think that's the clear.
Well, I mean, come on. You can't get rid of the moneymaker. Gots to keep the moneymaker.
You just blow it with your nose to make sounds.
Do you think your face for content line would go over a little bit better if
I had no mouth?
If I had
to sign it?
Well, if you were missing something off your face. And when you approach somebody and we're like, hey, face for content.
They're like, oh, my God. You're so sweet.
Or if they shrieked and ran off running. By the way, just saw this on Twitter. Take it for what it's worth, UT people. Allegedly, and I do mean allegedly, Steve Sarkisian has let his people know to let NFL people know that he's open for business.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay, my Jason Kidd take. I think Jason Kidd got this extension and does not care that the team's falling apart. I think.
Okay, did you get that text I sent you? Or not that text, but that tweet I sent you last night?
Which one? You sent me a lot of tweets.
The one that said, and I don't remember who tweeted. I'll cite the person here in the next hour. Overheard last night after the game, I can't do this much longer, or I can't stand it here, and then was noticeably late for his post game. Yeah,
I did get that Grant Afseth text about 30 minutes after. And Jason Kidd is usually in the press conference room before all the reporters get in there. This guy sprints to the.
So him being late is a big deal.
Him being late is, I don't want to say a big deal, but it's just different.
It's noticeable.
It's noticeable. This guy is usually there before all the reporters even get in the room. Apparently there was a little locker room talk. Now what was said, I don't know. There's been no leaks out of what that locker room talk was. But there was already a 20-minute powwow after game 2. And
man, when you're having powwows 2 games into the
after playing the Wizards
season, of course, I guess I could see it. All right, let me ask you this, and maybe this will make some sense to you, or shed some light on some of the things that you've heard. Everything's correctable and internal, said power forward Anthony Davis, the headliner in the Doncic deal. And, of course, he had 27 and 13 last night and 5 turnovers. Quote, we are beating ourselves, and as long as we are doing that, we can correct it. But we also have to learn from it and be ready for Sunday. When asked about his concern level, he said 0. Okay.
That's a good PR answer. At least he didn't say the team's screwed. I mean, I think he knows internally the team's screwed, but I'm glad he didn't say it. That's the difference. Remember when we were always like, why do these players say that? Yeah, sometimes it's good not to be honest. So shout out to Anthony Davis.
But here's the, okay, so he says he's got 0 concern. Klay Thompson described his concern about Dallas's slow start as high.
Yeah.
There's always this urgency. We're all competitive. It's embarrassing, especially for myself after talking championship, preseason, all that. But, I mean, it's the only thing I play for at this point, so it's not fun. But there's only one way out.
Yeah, and that's the difference. Klay Thompson is going to be vocal. He's never going to hold back his words. I know this firsthand.
Yeah.
I told you last year, when things weren't going well, who was pouting in the locker room? Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Off camera.
See, how much of it, and because you accused me of pouting earlier as well, and I think I took umbrage with that. How much of pouting is it versus you're just frustrated? Like, look, you were told, is it pouting or is it?
Doesn't fit, man.
He certainly doesn't fit now, right? But I mean, it's like, look, you upended your entire professional life because the Mavericks told you, hey,
Luka, let's be honest.
You came here for Luka, right?
He didn't even come here for the Mavs. I came here to play with Luka.
No, he didn't. I came here to play with Luka and win a championship. And now you're stuck in a team that has 0 direction outside of Cooper Flagg, and we're not even sure where you're trying to go with him right now after 2 games.
And that's the overwhelming take, is it feels like Jason Kidd lost him that game yesterday. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like, yes, the players, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, Jason Kidd does not know what rotation or identity he wants to have. No. And it feels like there's a disconnect from the front office to the head coach. Remember when we said this the last couple years with the Cowboys, with what Mike McCarthy and Zimmer and these guys want to do versus Steven and Jerry Jones and bringing in these type of players? You can't have that disconnect. You're not going to be a championship winning team if there's a disconnect. Hey, I'm bringing in these type of players, but the coach wants to run man, and you're bringing a bunch of zone guys in. That's what's happening with the Mavericks right now. Nico brought in AD, brought in D'Angelo Russell, and Jason Kidd has to play AD because he's a star player, but doesn't fit with any of the other 4 guys on the court. And brought in
fit with anybody on the court.
Played with D'Angelo Russell, who played 9 minutes last night.
Yeah.
What is the point of bringing in D'Angelo Russell if you're going to bench him?
Why would you bring him in? And you know you needed a point guard.
Ryan Nembhard's getting the same minutes as D'Angelo Russell. Like, why did you bring him in if you knew it wasn't going to fit? That is on the general manager and head coach in the scouting department to know that beforehand. So we can say, I was hyped for the guy. I thought he was going to be good. We were wrong. The coaching staff doesn't have that same excuse. Oh, we just took a shot in the dark. We thought it might work. You have to know in your scouting department, these guys work together. They play together, or they didn't play well together.
Well, not just that. And then I think the other part is, what are you telling to other? This is now 2 years in a row where you as a front office have essentially lied to your free agent pickups.
Lied.
Okay. Like, say what you want about Nico, and I said, hey, let Nico cook. Well, I'll tell you what, right now, he is burning the kitchen down. All right, that's Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy, new guy Jake, who I haven't even mentioned. Shout out to you, degenerate Jake, who's now leaving. All right. He's done for the day. Dylon joins us next. 1 hour left in the show. This is a quick one, boys and girls, as we get you ready for college football. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is Fan After Dark.
The more time you give, the more our crush.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now, and it's a quick one today as we're here till 2:30, and then we hand it off for a little college football. What is it, Alabama, South Kakalaki, I think is the game that's on. Dylan, are you hold it down? New guy Jake, be good today.
Yeah, I got the rest of y'all, and then I got the game.
Okay, fair enough. So you will hear bits and pieces of Dylon throughout the course of this program, and then you will hear him at the very end of the college football broadcast where he thanks everybody for tuning in. And we now give the folks at home a little snippet.
We now go to the Infinity Sports Network.
There you go.
I'm loving the song choice by Dylan.
What is it? Let's hear it.
Just a little Drake in the background. Just a nice little.
Okay.
I like it. Shout out to Dylan. Okay, can I read some text?
Please do.
We've got a bunch.
Please do.
The Cash Patel eye exam part got me from the 214. 817 Fred, that was beautiful, bro. That's real deep facts, my boy.
Yeah, you know, every now and again.
Here's another one good. 469, take us to church, Fred. 469, that's all I wanted to hear. 5 exclamation points. Thank you, brother. I think that was when you're giving your Luca take.
Yeah.
Do you think all these years some of my teams had just lost or had an off game? Makes me wonder what the player did to pull himself out because of betting. From the 817. 214. Don't worry about Luka fans. Let Dallas get to the NBA final. It'll be Luka who I don't know what the rest of that text is. People asking about our Monica Lewinsky. Blake, you won G-Bag of the Year.
Well, I mean, that was... You said... look, you and I have worked together for over a year now. You said some wild things. You saying I want to be Monica Lewinsky's by far the most absurd thing you've ever said. And that's saying something. Like, even I blushed when you said I want to be Monica Lewinsky.
817 said Monica was evidently good at what she did. LOL. Just ask Bill. 945. I want to be good at everything I do. 945. On-air talent at the Fan needs to understand that you're our escape sometimes. When there's no sports, we just want to be in the car and listen to sports and be around it and you give us our pleasure. That's why we love you. I don't like how they use the word pleasure.
Says the guy who wants to be Monica Lewinsky. Real quick, before you continue, do you know who Monica Lewinsky is, Dylon?
No.
Wow. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Holy Toledo.
You should start saying holy Topeka to Toledo.
I don't know that it would.
I think it'll catch on.
I don't know that it would make the same sense.
214. The radio ain't got closed captions. If we're earless, how do we hear you guys? Well, you don't lose both ears. You have to just turn one towards the radio.
Can you speak into my good ear? I thought I heard you call me Ace.
I'm grateful that I'm alive from Arlington, Texas. Let's go, baby. Can we please have Blake take an IQ test? I would love to know the results. We love him, but he's special. We should do that on air. Should we take an IQ test one of these days? Do you want to do it in one of these segments? We'll take an IQ test live on the air. I don't care. Yes, you can drive with one eye. I'm doing it right now. 945.
Okay. Shout out to the 945.
A couple of different people texted in. The ghoul from Fallout has no nose.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know.
You can't wear sunglasses with no nose, guys. We would never want to wear sunglasses or glasses. Or I guess we had to get them taped to our ears.
You have to wear like a... You know what you have to wear? Goggles.
It'd be AD.
Or like, swimming goggles.
Everyone was saying his name is Walter Goggins Ghoul from Fallout.
Okay, there you go. I like I said, I knew it was Walter Goggins. I'd seen him post about it on his social media. He is a funny social media follow, and I'm a huge Walter Goggins fan. And I've been a Walter Goggins fan. Just putting this out there because I like to qualify my fandom. I've been a Walter Goggins fan since The Shield. So none of this White Lotus or whatever the hell that show was that people got all excited about on HBO.
254. Everyone in Dallas drives like they only have one eye anyway.
Bro,
so what's the difference?
I'll tell you what. That's the text of the day right there. I had somebody yesterday or the day before, and again, I've told you guys this time and time again. Why do people feel the need to get over into the fast lane only to slow down?
Why are semi-trucks in the far left lane?
Semi? I think you mean semi-trucks.
Semi-trucks.
That's semi.
I call them semi-trucks. I have fun, Fred. I don't know.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Well aware of that. I will never look at a semi-truck the same way again.
Why call them a semi-truck when you call them semis? I will say
this.
You remember the video that I showed you, the semi-truck like smashing 3 cars?
Yeah, killing 3 people.
I was a little hesitant on the road today when I was next to a semi truck.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, let me not be in front of it, especially
Let
at
me
a
hope
red
this
light.
guy is hopefully not looking at porn and not paying attention to the road.
It's scary, bro. You could be the best driver ever.
Doesn't matter.
Just sitting at a light.
You got to watch out for other people, man.
You got to have your head turning. That's why you need it.
Head on a swivel.
So you need both eyes.
So do we agree then that maybe we should get rid of an ear?
I'm still going no nose.
Dude, you're going to look like a freak with no nose, man.
I'm going to look like Voldemort. He's still got huzz.
Did he? Now I got to go look this guy up.
Just look.
What's his name?
VOD.
Voldemort?
LEMART. Does that sound right?
How hard can it be?
Voldemort.
Oh, this guy?
M-O-R-T?
He's got a nose.
You say from Harry Potter, he's like clear almost.
Yeah, like the big white-looking guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, he doesn't have a nose.
Yeah, he doesn't have a nose.
Oh, he doesn't have
That's
a
his
nose.
thing. Hope we lose 60 games and Nico gets fired from the 469.
What a freak. Talking about Voldemort. What movie is this from?
Harry Potter. He's the main antagonist.
Is he the bad guy?
He's the main bad guy.
Interesting.
You like how I said antagonist and didn't say bad guy? Trying to use your movie terms with you. The protagonist is Harry Potter.
That's right.
I guess. Would you say Voldemort's the main protagonist, or our boy? What's the blonde guy's name from Slytherin?
Never seen it.
Wow. What have you watched?
You've never seen Harry Potter?
You don't know who Monica Lewinsky is. You don't know Harry Potter. What's your go-to? Give me one
Harry
go-to movie you've
Potter.
seen. What's a go-to movie? Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption.
Okay, that's
All
a
right,
banger.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
Back to the Future.
That's a banger.
No wonder you were so quick to use the Back to the Future music for one of our segments. Did you know that there was dadgummit, I heard a story not too long ago. Eric Stoltz.
Draco Malfoy. That's what I was thinking of. It's my favorite character from the whole movie.
Eric Stoltz was supposed to be the Michael J. Fox character, but he was doing it in the movie, couldn't make it work, so they used Michael J. Fox instead.
369, thanks for the entertainment on this Saturday. Slow college football morning, so I chose the gym in your show.
Hey, I'm going to the gym after the show, so.
Fire Nico and Kid. Bring in Chauncey Billups. Tank and get another lottery pick.
I don't know that right now, if you were looking to move off of your head coach and GM, bringing in somebody under federal indictment would be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably need to go get somebody with a cleaner slate. Not to say that, hey, Chauncey's innocent until proven guilty, but I don't know that you need to have that done under Dallas's watch.
I thought I was kind of young, but Blake and Dylan not knowing who Lewinsky is OMG. Deep down, you know Fred wants to be Bill. What does that mean?
Bill Clinton? Oh, absolutely. Look, I'm a huge Bill Clinton fan. 3
people texted in about a chin out of nowhere. Can I choose no chin?
I mean, I don't see why you couldn't.
So that doesn't mean it goes right into your neck?
I guess you would just cut all this off.
Now you're looking weird.
Because losing your nose wouldn't.
But having no chin and literally connecting straight to your neck, not going to get no huzz.
I don't think you're going to get any huzz with no nose.
You can
Voldemort is a fictional character.
Voldemort pulls it off.
He's like a sorceress, for God's sake. So, yeah.
You can pull it off like, you wonder I have no nose? Because I'm casting spells.
Tell you what, 877-881-1053. Name the last time you saw a dude with no nose pulling women. Okay?
Voldy did it. 214, Cowboys receive Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jalen Phillips, and a third-round pick. Dolphins receive second-round pick, fourth-round pick, 2027 fourth-round pick. Does the deal get done? 214. I don't think that's enough. We're getting 2 really good players and a third, and all we're giving up is a second, fourth, or second and 2 fourths. I don't think that's
not. That sounds like a mad
You might get Minkah for all those picks. You're not getting Minkah, Jalen, and a third.
I don't know that you would. Well, how old is Minkah Fitzpatrick at this stage? He's pushing 30, I think. You know, he's definitely in his late 20s. He's been around the NFL for, I want to say, 7-8 years, somewhere in that ballpark. You definitely don't have to give up a first round pick for him. I think you could almost give up a third rounder.
I think you could. He's 28.
He's 28, and is he under contract already?
Let's look that up, sir.
I would love Minkah Fitzpatrick. I think Minkah Fitzpatrick would change this defense overnight.
Minkah Fitzpatrick is due. He's an $18 million cap hit in 2026.
Okay.
$4 million for the rest of this year. $9 million in 2027.
What's he signed through?
2027.
Okay, so you'd have him for 2 more years.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I would definitely make that deal. make the numbers work, do what you got to do. I think $18 million for a safety of his caliber, and the fact that
he's unrestricted free agent in 2027. So he's under contract this year and next year, and then after that, he's an unrestricted free agent.
All right, so you have him for a year in this year. Look, that's your window with Dak Prescott. I mean, let's be real. You add Minkah Fitzpatrick to the mix right now, he's automatically your best secondary player immediately. And he gives you some and guess
like I
what?
said, $4 million cap hit this year, $18 million next year, $9 million a year in 2027 if you were to bring him back under some restructure.
Look, a Malik Hooker, Minkah Fitzpatrick safety tandem suddenly feels, sounds, and looks a lot better.
A Wanye Thomas migraine and Minkah Fitzpatrick safety duo. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
you see my boy Wanye rocking the goggles?
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, how's it worked for AD so far?
Got the ADs on.
No, you add Minkah Fitzpatrick to the mix. This changes everything.
Do you want Minkah more or Jalen Phillips more? I say Minkah. I think to me, Jalen Phillips is he's good.
No, he's good, but no, Minkah's been there, done that. Like, Minkah is widely respected as one of the best safeties in football.
And you need a playmaker right there. Like, at defensive end, I'm only making a trade to get a playmaker. I don't need a body.
That's exactly. And I'll be honest with you. I think the Steelers defense made a mistake by swapping out Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
But Jalen Ramsey.
They already had two good corners, which was weird.
It's like, come on, man. You good safeties, I don't know, get talked about enough
Kyle
and what
Hamilton
they value.
And Jesse Bates.
I mean, there's just something about it when you've got a really good safety. Your boy Tyrann Mathieu in his prime. I mean, there's just something to be said. Ed Reed and I'll tell you what. You look at a guy like a Charles Woodson, right? When he went from the Raiders to the Green Bay Packers, and they moved him to safety. And I remember one of the biggest arguments I ever got into in my life on air with my former co-host at the time. We were arguing back in Houston about, do you go get Charles Woodson or do you go get Ed Reed? And I was like, you go get Charles Woodson. And, Ed Reed, who, when your own team does it, especially when you've had a decorated career and your own team doesn't want you, that usually tells you something.
Everyone's saying his name is Walton, not Walter.
I said Walton.
No, I said it. Then we got 5 texts in a row saying that 18-wheelers should have to drive on toll roads only or express lanes. They should not be on standard traffic. I agree with that take.
Well, okay, but what happens when you don't have a toll
exit?
road?
And also when they have to exit and get on the main streets to do these deliveries. It's just weird. Because I agree with that, but then also the logistics of they have to get to these businesses, they have to get to these homes, they have to get to these companies. So that means they have to be on regular roads to get there.
Look, I'm not I'll put it like this. I am not going to single out semi-truck drivers, all right? I am not trying to say that they can. Because let me tell you something right now. The same people texting that, maybe you should be driving on toll roads only. Okay? All right? You pointing a finger at the semi-truck drivers, you're pointing 3 back at yourself. I'm telling you that right now. I've seen enough horrendous driving in the DFW and look, I am a fan of living here. I love DFW. I really, really do. I didn't think I was going to like living in the DFW as much as I do, especially after spending 12 years in Houston. By the way, can somebody go look, Greg Abbott, I know you're busy taking over Fort Worth schools and all. Maybe slide on down to H-Town and find out what the hell's going on over there. In 48 hours. First of all, you got 16 bodies being pulled out of bayous in Houston, and the mayor saying, "Oh, no, nothing to see here." Really? You don't think so? You got 16 bodies being dumped in bayous, and you're just like, hey, just another day in the life of a Houstonian? Then they find human remains, skeletal remains, in a porta potty. And then a day later, they find a body burning
under the highway.
Hanging from an overpass.
I saw that.
Okay, and I know that area. I mean, what? Look, I get it. I'd be upset with the Texans too, but now you've taken it too far. Okay,
well, we can only blame C.J. Stroud. So
I'm telling you right now. Look, the Stros don't make the playoffs. Rockets are 0-2. C.J. Stroud sucks. Houston is going through it right now.
Can I read 2 texts to get us out of here?
You absolutely can.
If you don't have a chin, how are you going to fold towels?
Oh, that's a great point.
And then 817, I am so happy to be alive. 2004, I died 3 times in a coma after 3 weeks after my daughter was born. And now I'm here and she's a junior in college and I get to listen to you guys. God bless.
God bless you, man. God bless your kids. And for everybody that's going through it today, hey, like I said, if we can bring a little smile to your face, let's do it. All right, you know what? On in honor of that, let's do this. Let's do a little Tolos on the telephone. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Blake and Dylan and I will give you our Cowboys predictions at the top of the hour, and then we'll do a little fair or foul at 140. But Tolos on the telephone, 877-881-1053. You got 30 seconds to, A, give your Cowboys prediction for tomorrow and air out your Maverick grievances. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Finish Dark.
Take us with you where...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? The lady.
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Not Meg Pagans? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Self on Foot?
on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Anthony Davis, when asked if there's any difficulties playing without a point guard, nah. I mean, like I said, the only thing that I see, teams are picking us up full court, which I guess is different for us, and that's kind of really the only thing. We're starting offense a little later in the clock. Whew. And here I am with a damn Anthony Davis T-shirt, for God's sakes. It does say Davis 3 on the back, which I am a Davis 3, so that's kind of...
Can I give you the stat that was just tweeted out?
Oh, God.
Klay Thompson, first 2 games versus Max Christie, first 2 games. Klay Thompson, 10 field goal attempts a game. Max Christie, 5.5 field goals attempts per game.
Yeah.
Their points, the exact same, 9 points a game. Their field goal percentage, 30% from Klay, 54% from Christie. Then you look at their 3-point percentage, 60% for Christie, 18% for Klay Thompson. Now, it's just 2 games.
Right.
But it just goes back into the fold of, I think, Christie's out there for less minutes, shooting less shots, but has been more efficient.
No, he absolutely has.
He's giving you more buckets, better defense than Klay Thompson.
Christie's the better player at this stage of their careers. I mean, I don't think that's a...
And it's not really a slight to Klay. Like,
no, it's not. And look, I've seen a couple people, and I've been inundated with Mavericks Twitter here in the last hour, and I'm probably going to need to log off after the show's over because it's going to ruin my afternoon. I'm not going to stand for Klay hasn't been, he's been a bum, he's been a this. This is not what Klay was brought here to do.
And he's very much a system player.
He absolutely is.
Screens being set, Maestro setting it up, back screen,
like this
running up and down.
I can't remember who it was, and I think you and I were talking about it. You know, this isn't 2017 Klay. Okay, Klay's not creating his own shot. Every now and again, I mean, I think he had a little, 20-foot jumper last night that went in. But this is not, hey, he's scoring 30 points in a quarter type Klay anymore.
Nope.
All right, and by the way,
scoring 20 in a game.
We
quarter.
knew that last year.
Yeah, we saw it.
We knew last year that, hey, this is a guy that is going to get open shots because he's going to, because Kyrie and Luka are going to pull people away from him, and guess what? He's a knockdown, drag-down shooter.
I don't know if Nico or anybody listening didn't realize how much gravity just Luka has or just Kyrie. And then them both together?
Yeah.
People are going to... My computer just restarted, so just in the middle of that, so I won't be able to see the text messages. But you know how the little thing, like, do you want to restart your computer, do this Odyssey update? And I clicked dismiss, and I think I clicked continue, so now my computer just restarted. Either way, there's just no gravity right now. AD does not get the ball, and he gets triple teamed or something.
And he doesn't care.
AD is getting, they're just playing whatever big is guarding him, and sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't. There's no gravity when you have a star player where it has to be doubled, or I have to show a bunch of attention. If they were collapsing and Klay was getting these open looks, 7-8 a game, then yeah, it would be working. But they're not. They're going, all right, AD, shoot it, make it or don't. And we're going to move on.
And that's all the Wizards did last night. I mean, and again, AD, unfortunately, at this stage of his career, and like I said, I mean, look, is he still a good basketball player?
He
yes.
still gave you 27 and 13. Like, he's still going to get his points, but is it helping the Mavericks win basketball? At what cost?
Exactly. All right, let's 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let me get my piece of paper. I've got my pen. This was the... Oh no, looks like a lengthy cut sheet that we didn't use, so we're going to go ahead and move on with this. Here we go. Let's go out to the look at the D&M Leasing hotline. I guess it's whatever hotline we want to call it. Fit After Dark hotline, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053. You've got 30 to 45 seconds. Don't ask me how I'm doing. You already know. If you want to ask Blake how he's doing, he's certainly more than... ask him if he likes to be Monica Lewinsky. That's the real question. But you got a little bit of time, 30 to 45 seconds. Give us your Cowboys prediction and a quick, and I do mean quick, Mavericks take. Zach and Granbury, what's up?
Hey, guys. Beautiful day. Glad to be alive. My Cowboys take, I think the defense has finally figured out, we need to go back to man coverage, and it seems like they figured that out a little bit. I think we're going to win. I'd say give us a 10-point win. My Mavericks take.
31-21? 31-21?
Yeah, I think the offense is going to be pretty high-powered. It's our defense that I'm still a little worried about.
We're all still worried about it.
I think we figured some things out.
Okay.
And my Mavs take, this is what I really want to get to. I understand where everybody's still salty about Luka. I get it. The time for that, that needs to go. Because look at what we've been given in Cooper Flagg. We have been given a clean slate, a fresh start. And yes, we're 0-2. That's 2 games into the season. There is no need to jump ship and immediately go back to the old thing of fire Nico. Yes, get rid of him because he got rid of Luka and how that all went down. But with what we have as a team, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what this team does. And it's really getting on my nerves that
interesting.
There's just all this hate towards this Mavs team.
Zach,
I'll
ask you
in the NFL for all my life, so I get it.
Zach, I'll ask you, what have you seen this year from the team that gives you promise they'll turn it around?
Honestly, I can't tell you I've seen anything. But I know that as soon as we get Kyrie back, because we don't have, like you guys keep saying, we don't have anybody to facilitate the ball. Nobody can. And yes, we have a while until Kyrie gets back, but I think we can figure something out. Okay. We're too talented, man. We're way too talented.
Well, that's certainly the idea. We shall wait and see. Zach and Granberry, great call from you, my friend.
Glad to you, Zach.
That was good stuff. And he's buying what the Mavericks are selling. Nico probably loves to hear that. Let's go out to Jude. Hey, Jude. In Allen.
Howdy. Hey. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic, sir.
Phenomenal.
One thing with Cooper, he is 18.
Yeah.
Like, he is a kid. Like, I'm willing to give this kid at least 3 or 4 years before I'm even worried about his play. This kid's he's playing with grown men that are trying to put food on the table, and I'm willing to give him time. My biggest concern with the Mavericks, though, is, yes, we expect Kyrie to come back in January or February, but the prospect of a player coming back right after an ACL or Achilles injury and actually being uber productive as they were before, usually it takes another year before we see them back to that spot. And let's be honest, Kyrie is in his mid-30s. It doesn't usually look the same, and I'm a little more worried about how that's going to look. And they've thrown this hodgepodge team together, and I don't know if it's going to actually end up working out. We may end up getting Peterson in the draft. I wouldn't be mad about that.
No, we wouldn't. Peterson and Flagg to build around the next half decade? What? That would be sick. Jude, real quick, give us your score for Cowboys game tomorrow.
I'm actually taking fans. I don't know who the Cowboys are playing tomorrow. I'm going to say 31-24 Cowboys.
31-24. Doesn't even know who the Cowboys are playing and still has the Cowboys dub. Love to hear it, Jude and Allen. Appreciate you.
That offense is potent, man.
It is. No, absolutely.
Hey, Jude, do the Mavericks win against the Raptors tomorrow?
God, I hope so.
Boy, you ain't lying about that. Great stuff from you, Jude. Call back anytime. Love to hear it. My man straight up gave the Cowboys a dub. Doesn't even know who they're playing tomorrow. Let's go out to Kathy in Frisco. What's up, Kathy in Frisco?
Hey, well, I got 2 different opinions here. My husband says it's the Cowboys 31-24, and he says Mavericks need a point guard.
Yep.
And I say that the Cowboys are going to win tomorrow, but it's going to be a 40 burger.
Wow. Kathy standing on business.
Yes. So that, and in terms of the Mavericks, I saw him last night, Cooper. I just think everybody needs to just take a deep breath like the 2 callers ago, and I think the kid's going to be okay. I moved his first big-time game, you know what I mean? And the team sucks besides it. So anyway, so that's 2 different opinions.
Love it. Kathy in Frisco. Great stuff from you, girlfriend.
Calling anytime,
Love to hear it. Kathy, friend of the program.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's go to Donald in Mansfield. What's up, Donald in Mansfield?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, man, just real quick. Yes, Dallas is going to win the game tomorrow. I say by 7.
Okay.
We play man. If we keep up with that man defense, I think we'll be all right.
Okay.
I don't know what took them so long to figure that out. As far as the Mavs, everybody calm down. It's 2 games into the season.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of talent. Like the other guy said before, we just need somebody to facilitate it. I thought D'Lo was that guy, but it looks like he's not. But hey, we'll see.
Ryan
Y'all have a
Nembhard.
good one.
Appreciate you, Donald Mansfield. Love that. That's a great call right there by our boy Donald Mansfield. Short, quick, and to the point. Lester in Denton. What's up, Lester in Denton?
Hey man, how y'all doing today?
Fantastic.
Hey, well, I'm a big Dallas Cowboy fan. I got a feeling the Cowboys are going to win 35-21.
Okay.
Because I believe that our offense is that potent to do it. But if our defense can figure it out, learn to stay in their gaps, and if we can get some secondary help, I think we'll be all right. And then as far as my other one with the Mavericks, it's too early. It's just 2 games. You got a long season ahead, and I believe once they get Kyrie back, things will get better. And you got to give this young man time. He's a rookie. You can't expect him to be a mastermind overnight. It's just going to give him time. But once they do get it together, the Mavericks are going to be a dangerous team.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Our boy Lester in Denton. I tell you what, everybody's feeling good about this Cowboys win tomorrow. By the way,
Everyone's on the same page.
Kind of under the radar.
Cowboys win and Mavs will be okay. Is the overwhelming sentiment.
I'll tell you what. Before we go to Rich and Plano, and maybe Rich will either confirm this or I'll be proven wrong. Aren't you at least somewhat encouraged by the fact that everybody has had a stronger Mavs? I mean, we're in week 8 of the football season, but everybody has so far. Zach, Jude, Kathy, Lester, Donald, and about to be Rich has given a strong Mavericks take. Like they wanted to get to their Mavericks take. Yeah. Sometimes we'll give people either or, and they'll be like, whatever, I don't care. But people have been very fervent about this Mavericks
team.
basketball's
back, man, and basketball overall has got a lot of eyeballs on it with this RICO investigation.
But my further point to that though is that it does show that for as upset as you guys are about Luka, and I get it, people are still engaged and still care about their Dallas Mavericks. It's love-hate right now for a lot of folks.
I will say, did you see the tweet? The Fire Nico chants were loud. As loud as they've been since.
I saw that.
And I asked you, I said, will there be Fire Nico chants if they lose this game?
Yeah, you did.
And you said, no, there's no way.
I mean, I said there'd be some, but I didn't think it'd be loud enough for people to hear it. And clearly I was woefully wrong about that, but I was also wrong that they'd beat the Wizards last night. Let's go out to Rich in Plano. What's up, Rich in Plano?
Hey, guys. Remember, New York Giants fan here.
Oh, that's right. You are a resident New York Giant fan.
Rich. Cam Scattaboo, Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Are you concussed too, or what?
No, I'm not concussed, and but I was in a tent earlier this week.
Fair enough. Before we get to your Giants, because Blake and I both do like your Giants to cover the spread. We're not convinced you guys will win that game, but we do like you guys in the 7.5 points. Your thoughts on the Cowboys tomorrow?
All right, so Cowboys, I don't have a winner.
Oh,
tie. Okay,
I think I have a score.
Let's hear it.
I think it's 24-21.
Denver?
In Denver. Yeah, I know they're playing Denver. I have no idea who's going to win.
So let me make sure I got this right, Rich and Plano. You're predicting a 24-21 score, just not sure who has the 24, who has the 21.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
He's like, you heard me correct.
Interesting take. First time we've heard that before. And then do you have a Mavs or a Giants take for us?
I'll talk about the Mavs.
Okay.
I think we should take. I think the fan base and I am a Mavericks fan.
Okay.
Being in the Dallas area, and I haven't seen the games. I've seen highlights. That's it. I saw some great highlights on the flag.
Yeah.
And I think we just got to take a page out of San Antonio. Be willing to. You have this great player. Be willing to take a lot of losses and get another great player in the draft.
Interesting. All right, real quick, rub against it. Do you trust Nico to be that guy?
After this year's lottery, I kind of almost buy into conspiracy theory.
Oh, you have to.
Maybe
you got to.
Maybe he kind of was arm twisted. So if that's the fact, I think I'll still run with Nico.
Wow.
On his own, then you gotta get the guy out.
Got to get the guy out.
What we got for Luka was pathetic.
Well, fair enough. You got that right. Rich in Plano, great stuff as always, my friend. Appreciate you calling in. Definitely a diehard fatty if we do say so ourselves. All right, let's do a little fair or foul coming up next. Blake has one. I've got one. We've got text messages to read. So much to get to. Short program. We're only here till 2:30 up until the South Carolina and Alabama game. Lots to get to. This is Fan After Dark.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We're having a blast at our official fan watch parties at the Bearded Monkey. Tomorrow's kickoff is at 3:25, and we'll be at the Bearded Monkey's Rockwall location at 2861 Ridge Road. Plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the game together tomorrow afternoon at the Bearded Monkey in Rockwall with the Fan.
Back to the Fan After Dark, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that music there, Mr. Dylon. It is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon, and I don't know. I may rage tweet the rest of this afternoon. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's 35-17 K-State over KU. I may send out hateful Lance Leipold tweets.
I mean, you can go to sleep tonight saying, just a few more weeks till basketball.
No, basketball is here, bro. Look, we beat Louisville I almost said Louisville. We beat Louisville in an exhibition last night. Darren Peterson is the real deal Holyfield. Scored 24 points in the first half. Went 6 of 9 from downtown. All right, my man is the truth. Let's get that straight. That KU basketball team is going to be ill. And, of course, we can all say that it all started when Bill Self sat next to Fred Davis on a flight from Kansas City to Dallas. So, I'll rage tweet for a little bit tonight after the show. I'm going to go to the gym, work out some of this frustration, and then I'll rage tweet later this afternoon into the evening.
Should I get into my fair or foul?
You absolutely should.
Okay.
By the way, Oklahoma just took the lead over Ole Miss.
Oh, wow. They were getting smacked.
Yeah, no. Oklahoma's crawled back. It's now 26-25, a minute left to go in the third quarter. So we got ourselves a barn burner, unlike what we've got in Lawrence.
Just took a sack.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I saw it.
So
thanks, Monica.
So Blake meets girl on Hinge. Blake messaged girl on Hinge.
You meet her unhinged or on Hinge?
I meet her on Hinge months ago.
So hold on real quick. So did you get the Hinge back on your phone, or
no,
you're still freeballing it?
This is still freeball. This is old. This is old. I'm just recapping for all the listeners.
Okay.
Blake meets girl on Hinge months ago.
Okay. This is back when you were still Chris?
This is back probably when I was still Chris. Blake messages girl, gets her Snapchat.
Love it.
Not a big Snapchat fan.
Yeah.
Because I'm just texting.
It disappears after 24 hours. What's
whatever.
Like?
So gets my Snapchat. We message very non-committal. How's your day?
Yeah, just small talk. Oh, that hurts. Go ahead.
Small talk, nothing serious.
Yeah.
Whatever. And when you told me to message, and I said, "Hey, big head," and she said, "Girl," back at me. This is that girl.
That one. Okay.
Boom. So that's who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Person A. We'll call her Nico.
Can we come up with a different name?
Monica?
Boom.
Okay, we'll call her Monica. So Blake goes to a bar 2 days ago with friends from high school back in town. Let's go to this bar. Cool. It's a Thursday night. There's not a lot of people there, maybe 80 to 100 people.
Okay.
Very busy bar generally, but it was a Thursday, so there wasn't many people there. I see a very nice young lady walk by me in a red top, and I go, wow, that girl looks really good.
Yeah.
And then I look at my homeboys, and I'm like, I think I know this girl. And then I'm like, boom, it snaps in my head. That's the girl that I was talking about on Snapchat.
Big head.
That's Big Head. And so Blake, I see her standing alone with her friend. Her friend's talking to a guy. She's literally just standing alone in this bar.
There you go.
I'm like, come on, Blake.
Face your content.
You can't already know a girl, messaged her yesterday.
Definitely
She's right in front of you and just act like you don't see her. You're not that type of guy. So I walk right up to her. I go, hey, I think I know you. She goes, are you Blake? I said, are you Boom? I say her name. And then we start chatting. Now, I did read the room. She was chatting with me, but she wasn't giving me over attention. Her eyes were kind of wandering around the bar. It wasn't, oh my God, I finally met you.
Yeah.
And I'm locked in. Just kind of, I mean,
she's got an eye, a wandering eye for the rest of the room.
Now,
okay.
We still had good conversation.
Yeah.
Talk for 30, 45 minutes, chatting, talking about sports, talking about her life. I'm asking her questions. Then reciprocate a lot of questions. I peep.
Yeah, that's a problem.
A lot of me asking questions, her just answering. Every once in a while, she'll hit what do you do for fun?
Okay, there's your first red flag.
But, still look cute.
Whatever. Better looking in person or pictures?
Better looking in person.
Okay.
So I was feeling the vibe, whatever. Yeah. Cool. But I'm not hanging out with my friends. I'm talking to this girl one-on-one. So I'm like, okay. I go, hey. She goes, I want to go shoot pool, so I'm gonna go to the place next door. You should come too. Like, invited me. And I said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to my friends. She's like, I'm in a bad mood because of something that happened.
Okay.
Like, we should go shoot pool to be in a good mood and come over here. I go, I'm going to go talk to my homeboys and see if they want to do that.
Yeah.
I was really just recouping with my boys.
Yeah.
I go over there. They got 6 girls at the time.
Wow.
So now I'm chatting with them. Bing, bong, boom. Next thing you know, I get her number.
Yeah. Wait, girl at the table?
Girl at the table.
Okay, so we've kicked Monica. Monica's playing pool. We're not worried about Monica.
And so here's the fair or foul now.
Yeah.
She goes to another bar that I was supposed to follow her to.
Well, allegedly. You still had to check with your boys first.
So I had to check with my boys.
By the way, did you say yes for sure you were going?
I just said, let me go check with my boys.
Okay, that's non-committal.
Non-committal.
It's non-committal in Fred's book.
Girls would probably do that all day long.
Oh.
And see, here's what I'm thinking in the back of my head. I've already got that secure.
That's in the back. That's in the hip pocket.
You know what I'm saying?
It's in
like,
the hip pocket.
Everything goes wrong tonight. I know.
Hey, Monica. Yeah.
But why limit your chances?
That's it.
So I'm talking, having a good time with my homeboys. We're chatting with these ladies, having conversation. We're guessing each other's names, doing accents, having a good time, whatever. And I start hitting it off with one of the girls there that's giving me attention, that looks good looking.
Yeah. Locking into you, not scanning the room.
Not scanning the room.
Yeah, it's a big way.
And look at that. We've hung out the last 2 days.
Oh.
But here's the fair or foul. That's less the fair or foul.
Oh, wow.
I'm walking to the car with said girl from the table.
Oh.
I walk right
Monica
by. Monica's in an outdoor club.
Yeah.
Where she can, or bar, where she can see me walking on the street. Fair or foul, me turning my head and act like I don't know Monica as I'm walking this other girl to my car.
I'm going to say foul only because you could have dapped Monica up on the way back.
Hey, bro.
Hey, sorry I didn't make up. Okay. Call me.
So then I messaged her this. Tell me if I saved it.
Okay, so hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, go ahead and read what you're about to read.
Tell me if I saved it.
It's already foul.
Sorry, my homeboys didn't want to leave blank bar.
You are such... You know what? I don't feel so bad for you gaslighting me anymore the way you do.
I said
you
this.
can't help yourself.
I said this. This was the next day at 3:30. Did you have fun shooting pool? Did it cheer you up?
That's foul.
Did she respond?
She said we went to name of the bar.
Yeah.
I said, how was it there? I've never been there. I'm trying to change the conversation. I'm making it more about the bar.
Yeah.
She said it was a good time, good music. I said, glad we ran into each other.
Only for me to ignore you later.
I said, you're even prettier in person. She said,
you are such an a-hole.
No, she got me right here. This is all she said. And I'm verbatim. No emoji. Thank you. Have a good day. Now, do we think that was her dissing me?
Oh, 1,000%.
Absolutely.
She was dying for you to text her so she could say that back to you. I'm surprised. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little surprised she didn't say something a little more venomous, to be honest with you.
But what if the have a good day was like a Have a good day. Like, is it like a bye, have a good day, or have a good day today, Blake? I hope your day is good.
Absolutely a bye, have a good day.
Who texts and says, oh, have a good day?
I mean, we're not in Britain. I mean, this is not.
Good morning to you.
She's not 50. Have a good day.
What should I say to save it? What should I say to see if I'm still in there?
When was this left?
That was at 1:18. She said, have a good day.
Today?
Today.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got this right. So wait a minute. But this was Thursday night.
Thursday night it happened. Friday night I said sorry my homeboys. How was it? And then she said it was a good time, good music. That was the last text on Friday. I didn't respond.
Okay,
I was busy.
Avi.
And then today at 1, I said you're even prettier in person.
That's how you started off the text today.
That was the first text.
First thing, you're even prettier in person. And she responded.
And then I said, glad we ran into each other.
Yeah.
She said, thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, no, she's not having it.
So what should I say to see if I'm still in there? Help me out, Fred. Help me out, Tolos. 877-881-1053.
I mean,
should I say have a better day?
Be better if I got to see you later.
You want me to say that?
I mean, why not? Who cares?
It would be better.
Yeah, because now we'll know. We'll get to the real crux of it as to what she saw when you left and walked by and pretended like you didn't see.
Maybe her back was to me, but it was where peripheral vision.
Bro, she literally said, "Thank you, have a good day." Like, what are we getting off a Zoom call? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Did you just save me 10% of my car insurance? Like, what just happened?
I think I'm in there.
No, you don't. Say something along the lines of,
I did. I said it would be better if I get to see you today.
Do you want to see her today?
I'm not going to. I'm busy. I'm just testing the waters. Blake is very busy. Blake won't even be in Dallas today. I'm not even going to be in the city.
Final hour of the program coming up.
Have a blessed day.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm just going to the gym after this. I hope my day gets a little more exciting after what I've watched on TV today. All right, 30 minutes left. Tell you what, next segment. We've only got 2 segments left. It's a short show today. We've got Alabama and South Kakalaki that we're going to be handing things off to at around 2:25, 2:30. So coming up next, let's give our unofficial Dallas Cowboy predictions for Sunday's game. Don't go anywhere. It is Fan After Dark.
Our goal is to have you winning. Cowboys. An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final two segments of the program. You know what? EMAW. Every man a Wildcat. I am officially on the K-State football bandwagon. I just added the athletic director. Look at him, just smiling. And this is the same quarterback whose dad fought his brother/son to start the season. And he's just dog-walking the KU football team. I just tweeted out it. I told you guys I was going to start rage tweeting after the show. I went ahead and started doing it right now. Guy by the name of Mark Gunnels. Shout out to him. He's got a pretty decent following. Follows me as well, so I'll shout him out. He said, basketball season's here. And I quote tweeted and I said, you know what? I don't want to hear any more BS from our athletic director about come fill up the booth. Come support the football team. You know what? Put out a winning product, okay? Put out a winning product and go back to Nike, and then I'll think about it, all right? Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. It's pissing me off. Although I will say if it wasn't for Adidas, we wouldn't have Darren Peterson. So I will let it slide right now. Love the music. It's that time. You know what time it is. Time to get buck, boys and girls. It is time to get buck. I'm Fred Davis. That is the Phenom himself, at least for right now. But he's just moved into being just an all-around, Luka/Cooper/ Zion/ although he's not fat like Zion. Well, you are short and fat. I forgot about that. And then we got Dylon behind the glass. He's going to be holding it down throughout the South Kakalaki, Alabama game this evening. And then just go ahead. Give him a tease. What are you going to say at the end of it?
We now take you to the Infinity Sports Network.
I'll tell you what.
I really hope she responds.
I will be stunned if she responds.
This was the same girl that left me on open, and then I confronted her at the bar.
Yeah.
And we started chatting.
Yeah, she's also the one that scanned the room and didn't lock in on you. Now, I will say, she did text you following up Friday, and then that was a very curt, thank you, have a good day. Like, that's not a, come get in these draws type of text.
Maybe.
No, it's not. No woman in history has ever said, have a good day, come get in my draws.
You don't know her, though.
You're right, I don't.
know Monica.
You're right, I don't.
I saw her in person, Fred. I felt a connection.
Well, did you?
No, I didn't.
Shut your mouth. Go ahead and break that news. Where are you seeing it off of?
It was Shefty. Trayvon Diggs is on injured reserve sidelining for a minimum of 4 games.
Wow.
Adam Schefter, 7 minutes ago.
Wow. Well, what we thought was a little bit of a tease when he said it earlier on.
They suggested it this week that he might.
Nick Harris did beat Shefty by 1 minute. So
shout out to
Nick Harris, friend of the program, friend of the show.
So has Diggs played his last game?
Done. He's done. You're done with him.
I mean, it's been antics. It's been bad play. It's been I don't want to play this coverage to now on IR
for what is clearly and again we don't know, but something went down. They can say you can use the guise of he had an incident at home or something like that. No. Something nefarious went down that he was involved in. Why do you think the Cowboys have been so quiet about it? Because if this was a true you hurt yourself at home, like a legit
we'd be looking out for you.
We'd already heard about it. You had when you have and I used this example last week when this or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was when it first went down. For whatever reason, baseball players seem to have a lot of these at-home incidents, right? Probably because they travel as much as anybody. Well, probably more than anybody, obviously, with the length of their season. But you've heard on numerous occasions where baseball players will hurt themselves at home, as weird as it might sound, or however bizarre the issue was that got hurt. But they usually give you the detail of what happened. For Trayvon Diggs, one of the more popular Dallas Cowboys, and for as locked in as people are throughout the course of Dallas media, and we've heard nothing nationally. And the fact that when Broadus talked about this last week and his connection said, look, I'm hearing 3 different stories. So the fact that no one's been able to circumlocute exactly what happened to this guy, and now all of a sudden he's missed 2 games and now he's going on IR. Oh, no. The Trayvon Diggs era in Dallas is kaput.
But it also doesn't help you for the trade deadline. I doubt you'll have any trade partners.
I don't know. I think they assessed his value and said there's nothing we're going to get out of him.
And we just don't even want him part of the team?
I mean, who's going to give a 7th-round pick for a malcontent? You know, I mean, think about it this way. All right. Dallas puts up with a lot, but at the very least, they also, and it's very well known, and CA talks about this quite frequently. I mean, they take, Gerald McCoy talked about this. They take care of their own. They take care of their players, maybe almost too much, right? So for you to be a malcontent with the Dallas Cowboys says a lot.
This has also happened. The Cowboys have reached an injury settlement release yesterday with Jalen Brooks.
I saw that.
So the 2023 7th-round player played in 22 games, had 36 catches for 241 yards and a tutty. So now just Mozzie Smith, Luke Schoonmaker, and Demarion Overshone remain in the 2023 draft class.
So you're pitting all your hopes on DeMarvion Overshone.
And Overshone is heavily carrying that class, who's been injured twice.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, with Trayvon, even though he's on the IR, you could still technically trade him, correct? I believe I heard Broadus say that earlier this week.
I thought you can't trade an injured player. I thought that was
I think if you pass a physical,
I think you just have to pass the physical.
That's it.
But I mean, does anyone want Trayvon?
And he might pass with flying colors.
Well, and here's the thing, right? And I think that's why they use the and not to minimize a concussion, but I think that's why they use the concussion designation. All right. Do we really think he had a concussion? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. They say he had concussion-like symptoms, and that's why they put him in the
for a long
protocol.
time too.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it didn't pop up the night before the game.
No, and then the other aspect of it is, and again, Nick Harris said this yesterday or the day before, whatever it was, on G-Bag, that when he was in the locker room
said
availability,
yes, you can trade him.
Okay, boom. So Wooly Bully getting his Tolo on today, but they also added that he was wearing a shiesty during locker room availability the other day. So
who would want Trayvon Diggs right now? What would be a trade partner?
I said this a couple weeks ago when this news broke that he was out with the concussion. I'm calling New England.
Go bleed with your brother.
Hey, we just mentioned him.
CA.
Were your ears burning? We just mentioned you on the air.
Diggs on the IR.
What happened?
Diggs on the IR.
Oh, yeah. So why did my name come up?
What did you say? What I literally just mentioned
Got you
down? What did I say? It was something good, though. I can promise you that.
You're talking about the players and how CA always says it's about the players.
What did I just say? I did forget, but it was something.
He's starstruck. CA's in the room. He forgot
CA showing up on a Saturday afternoon at 2:00 totally threw me off. How are we blessed with your presence today?
I was just driving by and I heard this Farrah Fowl, this guy right here, and I'm like, what the hell?
Well, and he's Chris in his
I heard he's
alter
Monica.
ego. You heard that? Did you hear that last night? Well, no, yeah, you were busy.
Earlier, about an hour ago. I'm like, Monica,
yeah.
And then Dylan
doesn't even
know who Monica Lewinsky is.
Doesn't even know.
Sound like Blake didn't know who Monica was.
He didn't. He did not know because he said yesterday he wanted to be Monica Lewinsky for Halloween. Because I said I want to be Bill Clinton, and he said I'll be Monica.
No,
I didn't know.
No.
I didn't know.
No.
CA.
No.
Didn't represent the Chris name well right there.
No, he didn't.
But Diggs is on the IR and
Diggs is on the IR.
Some strange.
There's just it just doesn't feel
because there's not enough transparency.
There's not.
If
there's
there was
not
more transparency.
I was. I'll tell you what I was talking about. That how you have mentioned how with the Dallas Cowboys how they take care of their own almost too much, right? With the I said, affluenza as you've alluded to. So for the Cowboys to have a malcontent says something. Right? Because, typically, look, you may not be good, but at the very least, you're getting taken care of. So the fact that Trayvon has kind of acted a fool the last two seasons kind of lets you know, like, all right, where's his head at? And does that lower his trade value if the Cowboys are saying, look, we're done with you?
Everybody was always – they're going to look at the fact that he led the league in picks that one year. Remember, he was doing all those things?
Yeah.
If he's healthy, somebody always takes a chance. The trade value – you don't know what it was going to be before he got hurt. After he got hurt, nobody knows what it's going to be. So
you're figuring at this point, what, a sixth, maybe a fifth if you're lucky.
Depends on where you send him.
See, that's what we were talking about.
New England wants a corner.
See, that's what I'm saying. I would say New England. That's the first call I'm making.
He go join his brother.
You join his brother.
And then if it happens, as the conspiracy theories always go, blame Cardi B.
There could be something to that.
She told him to do. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey,
don't do.
Look, I've seen some crazy things on Twitter already today.
Well,
when it comes to Trayvon.
Yep.
And again, it is Twitter, so let's not, speculate and Twitter rumor trafficking. But look, it's unfortunately for as promising and for as robust of a start as Trayvon Diggs' career got off to here in Dallas, to see things start to wind down the way they are. This was not. I don't think this was the ending that anybody envisioned for Trayvon Diggs.
Right.
You know, you thought like, okay, going into this year, hey, you come back from healthy, and we were thinking just maybe, hey, his knee looks a little bit better. He's ahead of schedule. You got Bland on one side, Trayvon on the other. Okay, at the very least, no Micah. Hey, I should be okay in the secondary.
Right. I figured the worst that could happen was at the season's end, he's gone like Amari Cooper.
That's it.
Like, for whatever the reason, it's like, okay, we don't need him anymore. We've got whatever. We got CD, we got Bland. We don't need Amari. We don't need Trayvon. That's the worst I thought would happen. I didn't think that he's going to miss this season.
No, I certainly didn't
as a
either.
Cowboys.
I didn't either. All right, final segment, the three-time. By the way, you can catch the three-time tomorrow morning from 9 to 12:30 on the Specs Tailgate Show with your boy as well. So we'll be looking forward to that, getting you started for your Dallas Cowboys Denver Bronco Sunday. We will give you our official prediction for tomorrow's game coming up next.
Hey, Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
3333 Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
No Reed. Sorry, I was too busy watching K-State celebrate on the Kansas football field. I lost track of what was going on. 42-17, the final score. Fire Lance Leipold.
Is this y'all's biggest rival? Like, is this the game?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the two biggest rivals for KU are Mizzou and K-State, and we've lost to both.
What was the Mizzou score?
Mizzou was 41-31. Now, that was a game where, Lance Leipold actually looked halfway legit as a head coach until he decided to call a blitz on third down, and they went 61 yards for a touchdown, and the other guy dropped a third down. Anyway, they lost that game at Columbia, and then they just got embarrassed on their home field.
And you think this is bars? You could see a firing happening?
They won't. I think you give them one more year, maybe a different quarterback, because from what I've seen and just a little bit that I was able to catch before the show started, Jalen Daniels decided to have his worst game of the year against K-State. But at the same time, it's like, dude, you're making him $2 million as a NIL kid. So I used to try to, hey, he's just a kid. Bro, you're making more money than me, okay? So you know what? You played like you know what. I'm going to say it. I'm tired of it. Whatever. Anyway, again, Darren Peterson's here. That's all that matters. All right, we got to get to some predictions because we are getting down to the proverbial nitty-gritty. Have you heard back from old girl yet?
I have not.
Okay, probably not going to. I will be stunned if that happens.
She just responded.
What?
She just responded. That's what she said.
What did she say?
I said, it would be better if I got to see you, and she put the emoji response with the heart. It's on Snapchat, so it's pretty much hearting the message, if you will, on Snapchat.
I don't know what to make
Somewhere
of this.
in between.
I don't know what to make of this woman.
I feel like
really
if
don't.
you really didn't care, you wouldn't respond.
No, of course not.
But it's also not I don't know.
So is that a yes?
I think it's a more, maybe she's waiting for me to make a plan.
Yeah, she's absolutely doing it.
Because she hearted the message.
So she hasn't shot you down, is basically the bottom line.
Get lost, or left me on red, or left me on delivered. She's hearted the message.
Maybe she's playing hard to get. Women do like being chased. I continue.
What does your weekend look like?
There you go. All right. Ask her how she feels.
I'm the worst.
Ask her how she feels about this Mavs 0-2 start.
What do you think about Derek Lively?
That'll really decide where we go next. Give us your thoughts on J-Kid's offensive rotations. Dylon just goes off. Dylon, prediction for tomorrow.
I want to go to the Cowboys.
You know they're playing the Broncos tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had that look in your eye.
I am going to go to the Broncos. 31-24.
Oh, wow. You are now the third person that has given that score prediction today. Broncos 31-24?
Yeah, I think the Bronco defense is really good. Dak's probably going to throw a pick.
Okay.
And
Dak
pick. And with the defense, that probably is going to be all it takes.
All right, I'm going to go 34-31. Dallas Cowboys this is a must-win game tomorrow. All right? This is a must-win game tomorrow. You have to win and beat the Denver Broncos tomorrow for two reasons. And I'll make this quick. One, you haven't won 2 games in a row all season. 2, you have to do this tomorrow to prove to Cowboy fans, to prove to the players, to prove to Jerry Jones that what Brian Schottenheimer has been telling us since he was hired on January 24th is legit. You want to have, let's have a couple shotties, let's have a couple of cocktails. Hey, I'll answer my own questions in the middle of a press conference. That's all well and good. Win the game tomorrow. The teams you have beaten are 5-16 on the season. Go beat a playoff contender tomorrow, and suddenly we will look at this team a whole lot different. Cowboys win tomorrow, 34-31.
Okay, I got you right here. This is the real take. It's going to be 27-26. Who's on top, I'll tell you at the end. Javonte Williams will be the star of the game. Javonte will have 2 tutties. You will have a Jake Ferguson touchdown as well. And then the rest will be field goals.
Okay, so you've got a Javonte tutty. Who else?
2 Javonte tutties.
Okay.
A Ferguson tutty. How many points does that put me at? 21?
That puts you at 21.
Yep.
And so
28-27 is my score.
So 4 touchdowns?
No. 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals for the Cowboys.
So you have them losing tomorrow, 28-27 to the Denver Broncos.
I do.
Wow.
I think the defense for Denver forces a fumble by the Dallas Cowboys. No interception for Dak. He stays clean with the interception, but I think a fumble is had. I think we might see the Denver Broncos defense show the Cowboys offense that they are vulnerable. I think the Cowboys offense is the best in the league right now, but they haven't played a defense like the Broncos. I think the Broncos and Bo Nix have something waiting for the Dallas Cowboys. They are also trying to vie as a playoff team. They know the Chargers just got a big win. I got a defensive touchdown, or not defensive, I got a turnover, by the Broncos defense caused. Javonte balls out, Jake balls out, but it's just not enough. The Broncos win on a game-winning field goal, 28-27.
Okay, I've got Pickens with a touchdown tomorrow, and like I said, I am the lone Cowboy holdout tonight. I've got Pickens scoring a tutty. I've got Fergie continuing with his touchdown, and as wide receiver 3, Ryan Flanoy gets his first NFL touchdown tomorrow, and that could be the difference. But I do like the Cowboys to somehow, some way, find a win tomorrow.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm excited, man.
Look, it's and part of me is saying this for the simple fact that, look, you have to win tomorrow. Because if you lose tomorrow, then you're 3-4.
And you've only beat bad teams.
And you've only beat bad tees. Then okay, great. You beat Arizona on Monday night. And then we go into the bye 4-4-1. And then we're sitting there. Then we've got 2 weeks of, well, if we just make a move here. I don't want it. Yeah. I don't want it.
Show us who you are tomorrow.
Okay. Show us who you are tomorrow. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in the show. We won't read it because we're about done here. Great stuff from Dylon
We'll
as
see
always.
It, though.
Hey. Happy birthday to Jagon and Terrell's dad, Raphael. Shout out to you, big man. For Blake Elliott, I'm Fred Davis. Good night. God bless. Go Cowboys.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the...